Oh, sorry, Chief. You are still talking now. No, give you. Let me come here. Who did you ask? If it's from me, forget it. Is he here? Oh, you lost it. Sorry, who did you ask? Where's Chika? Okay. What's her name? Where does she work?
I don't know.
Since morning. No, you had your chance. I won't give out polo, but I go end now. Who be you? Who did you talk to, sir?
Yeah, she was sitting. Okay. Yeah, she's from InterSwitch and she does not have handshake. I mean, she does not do handshake. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know she does. Oh, I know. You got it. Favor. Let's have it. I'm not here to play. Last one. I have one. Where is that chief? You don't cram him. Now I know I'll ask you. I have one more t-shirt. What should I? I've given one here. Let me try here again. Hello, Auntie, who did you ask? Who did you talk to? Just call his name, I will call him. Asia. No, you don't want me. Ajia. Asia. Somebody I've already spoken to her already. It looks like you know her. Chief, who did you talk to? No, it's too close to you. I want to give you a chance. I don't want to give you polo. But who did you talk to? Now these two guys, don't lose. Who? Courage. Okay. Where does he work? Flutterwave. Random fact about him. He likes teddy bears. Okay. Chief. Is it true? The guy deny you. I think I have tried. I want to give somebody polo here. The Lord is telling me there's somebody here. They throw a face mask, I don't call you.
I spoke with Femi. Femi. No. Yeah, it's not him. No, it's not him. Is this one? No, wait. He was not here then. No. Femi that loves to hang out and is a freelancer. Is this one? He was not sitting here. No, him here. But he was not here. Yes, and he loves to hang out.
Oh, no, they lie. What? Okay, can get it. Favor, last one. There's still more. Thank you. Okay, right about now, I would want to call Dio. So, guys, I have many of these t-shirts, but like I said, I'll be giving it out based on merit because there are not plenty to go around. So, you might just smile and I'll just throw it to you. You might just ask a question and you would get one. You might just answer a question, you would get one. You can just do anything. Now me they in charge. Just make me happy and you would get one. So right about now, I want to call Dayo Akinpelu, the convener of Localhost, to give us an introduction speech. If you are clapping, please clap.
Hello, everyone. Apologies again for keeping us to this time. We didn't wish for this to happen. So first of all, I want to thank everybody for being here today, and also everybody that is still on their way. We are so happy to have everyone. This is our 5th annual conference, thereabout. And today I will just be doing a brief introduction about Localhost, where we started. This is something we usually do, just to like get us to understand our mission and why we are doing what we do. So Localhost, right? We didn't start off as Localhost. We started as DevOps NG or DevOps Nigeria, and that was in 2018. And the story behind that is basically it's personal. As at the time when I started my career as a software engineer, right? But as a software engineer, I love doing a lot of, operations, server-related stuff. And at the time, I didn't know about DevOps. But I remember my boss then was telling me, you do most of, at the time, the company has like a operations team, and then they have like the developers and all of that. But I work mostly with the operation teams. And then my manager was like, since you're enjoying doing both, why don't you cross to the team? But I was like, I still want to code, right? I still want to maintain code. And I was like, oh, have you heard about DevOps? It was funny because I hadn't heard about DevOps until you mentioned it. And that was in 2016, 17, thereabout. And when he talked about this, I looked it up. He shared the Google SRE brochure with me, and then I looked at it. And I was amazed as to how much other people didn't actually know about the DevOps and SRE field. And when my colleagues at that time were talking, and then we also, outside of that, we also wanted to know how other companies apply DevOps in their organizations, right? So we did a little experiment, and we just called it like Localhost, right? And then we just said people should just come to our office, especially software engineers. They came to our office, and the first one was at Tarragon office, right? People came to the office, and what we just talked about was database scaling, how different of these companies scales their database. I remember we have people from InterSwitch, from 21st Century, a couple of other companies, especially the enterprise companies at the time. And it was an interesting conversation. And then after that day, people came, and then people were like, when are we doing this again? We had no plans of doing that again. And that was sort of like the startup to how we started DevOps Nigeria. And then from there, we just started something online on Meetup. And from there till now, we've grown so much. As at then, when people came, it was about 10, 15 people that were around. But now, I think we're about 5,000 members, right? So it's been a huge journey for us. But the real reason why we are doing this is because, personally for me and for my other colleagues that we started this together, and I'm sure that a lot of us can also relate to it. Starting a career where you don't have guidance can be quite challenging, right? There is a part of guidance, there's a part of, collaboration and cross communication amongst, professionals, but there was nothing like that at the moment. And then we wanted to create a community centered around, cloud ops, DevOps, SRE, all of these things, right? And we are happy that now, I think, Localhost is mainly focused on DevOps, SRE, cloud engineers, and this is our mission. And our mission is basically trying to bridge the gap, both for developers and for organizations as well. And I think in our previous event, organizations have also come, and they've also come to learn about the DevOps culture. We have CTOs in our midst, that are literally taking learnings from this and applying it to the organizations, right? So today, a lot of things will be happening. We are going to be hearing different talks from different people. And what really inspired our talk for today, or our theme for today, Shifting Left, is basically around all the things I've talked about from where we started. When we started officially in 2018, our first team conference was DevOps adoption in Nigeria, right? So it was almost basically as if DevOps was a new thing. Meanwhile, DevOps started, or the acronym or the phrase started about 2009, right? But we on this part of the world just started accepting it, right? So the theme at the time was DevOps adoption in Nigeria. So what we are talking about is trying to get people to understand what DevOps is, right? It was mostly a what is DevOps conversation, how do you apply DevOps in your organization's conversations. And then from there, we moved on to talking about the roles, You know, there was a time where people will argue, is DevOps a real role? Or should there be DevOps engineer, or should there be site reliability engineer? You know, all of those things. We also had a conference where we talked about all of that. And then moving on, we had another conference where we talked about the tools or the DevOps processes and all of the things that you need to get up and running, you know, in an organization, right? So we move on to that step, and then the next step was what we did recently, which was building to scale. Building to scale was literally focused around, now we've learned everything about DevOps and necessary. We understand the DevOps culture. We understand how to apply the principles. Now, how do you scale out each of these components? Your observability, your CI/CD process. How do you scale out these processes? So we had a conference around that, and that was recently. Now, today, the theme of our conference is shifting left. And the idea now is that we've done a whole lot of these background foundational stuffs. And we are in a society, or we are in a tech community where we can beat our chest and say that people understand what DevOps is. People understand the DevOps culture. People understand how to apply this in their organizations. Engineers understand how to work together with developers, right? Apply the DevOps principles. Now, one of the things we realized, both from data and from speaking to a lot of companies and, you know, CTOs, is that most times DevOps is an afterthought. It's mostly like the tech team has been set up, everything is ready, and then someone just tells them that you need a DevOps guys for, you know, a continuous release of your project. And they're like, oh, okay, how do we do that, right? So most times organizations don't have the prerequisites or like the things they need to do to have like a DevOps at hand. So that is why we chose shifting left. So shifting left is basically shifting our idea, our mindset from our mindset of DevOps from an afterthought to us thinking about it right at the beginning of our development processes. Most often, especially for startups, most often than not, startups just want to build. They just want to like write code. CTOs just want to, you know, release products, right? So everybody's saying, you know, we'll do that later. But this time around, we are going to be learning a lot on how to change our focus, shift our mindset from being reactive as engineers, as organizations, CTOs, wherever you are for coming here, like changing your mindset from just being reactive to being proactive about DevOps practices, right? So we are going to be having different people come talk to us about it. And also, I have with me my other partners here. Before we go off on this introduction, they will talk about a couple of things we've achieved in Localhost. We have a couple of things we've been able to do so far, and we also have plans, right? And like I said, our mission is basically bridging the talent gap in the DevOps space, right? We've done a couple of things around it. My partners will be talking about it, and I'll be introducing Idowu Emenyola to talk about all of the things we have achieved. He's going to talk about it, and then after then, Abdul Basit will also be talking about our DevOps Accelerator program, right? And then once we do this, then we can begin the program afresh with our keynote speaker, right? Once again, I want to welcome everybody. We are so happy to have everybody here. I hope you have the best time and you have a productive time at this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dayo. Please let me confirm if you guys can hear me clearly. Dayo, can you hear me? All right, I'm just trying to. All right, can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
Oh, nice, awesome. Okay, so like Dio said, I'll be talking about the achievements we've had in locals for the past year. And one major one which we are very proud of is the fact that the community has grown in the past year. The community has grown from 3,000 members to around 5,000 members worldwide. Um, Okay. And we've also introduced a new initiative called the Virtual Office Hours, which holds every Friday. Basically, this is an avenue for us to come together, talk about the challenges we have as DevOps engineers, share experiences on the cool ways or the new ways we are doing or implementing things in individual companies. This is a sit down of both senior DevOps engineers, novice people that just hearing DevOps for the first time, just to rub ideas, ask questions, answer questions, debug code if possible, and just a general overhead on how we can better ourselves as DevOps engineers. Over the past year, also, we've had international recognition. We've had several partnerships with several companies around the globe. For instance, we have sponsorship from Dapper Labs. We have sponsorship from Grafana, Honeycomb, and a lot of other companies. Hearing about the good work we are doing in Nigeria and in other part of the world, and also willing to be part of the gospel of DevOps and everything cloud related. This year so far, we've had two successful meetups where basically we've been able to, in smaller groups, in smaller size, reach out to DevOps engineers or software engineers or anyone in the space at all that is willing to hear, to share minds and rub minds on what it is, what it takes to be a DevOps engineer in this current world, what we experience as DevOps engineer and the challenges we face. Also, one very key achievement for us as Localhost is the DevOps Accelerator program. This year, we recorded the highest number of trainees. Um, okay, you can't hear me. Can you hear me? Can you still hear me? Sorry, can anyone confirm?
Hello, we can hear you.
All right, all right. Where did you lose me, please? All right.
Just continue.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. So, one major achievement for us in localhost is the DevOps Accelerate, which we recorded the highest number of trainees this year of 100 members. And DevOps Accelerate is basically a program where we train engineers to be DevOps engineers, teaching them several technologies and assigning them to mentors. Abdul Basit would be giving more details about this in a bit. Um, After that, I just want to talk about. I also want to talk about the branches we have for DevOps for localhost. So localhost basically.
1 house, guys. 1 house. 1 house, guys. Please, 1 house. Thank you. Do we can continue?
All right, thank you. So Localhost, as a community, has many of its members in Nigeria, in Lagos, Nigeria. However, aside that, we have several other branches. We have a branch in Berlin, headed by myself. We have a branch in London, headed by a DevOps engineer called Adekunle. We also have a branch in Abuja headed by Basit. We have several up and coming branches. By next year, we'll have a branch in Amsterdam. Basically, the idea is to transfer the community that started in Nigeria to make it on a global scale where we can have global events and also have members interact with each other based on the uniqueness of their location. So at this junction, I will be handing over the mic to Abdulbasit to talk about, to give us more details about the Devils Academy program that we just finished. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Ido.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ido. So DevOps accelerates. I think Dayo has spoken a lot about how we started and how the whole idea of DevOps came about. The DevOps NG, the localhost community. And if you look at that, it's still, the challenges that were there at the beginning are somehow still there, where we have this awesome practice called DevOps and everything around it, to its SRE and expanding into cloud engineering and all that. And these practices really transform organizations. But the problem is that a lot of organizations are not doing it. Some because they can't really find the right DevOps talent, some because they really can't, don't know the practices. So that need to have more DevOps engineers in the industry is there. And I think it will be there for some time. So what do we do as a community to help fulfill that need? And that is DevOps Accelerate. So with DevOps Accelerate, what we try to do is take people that are already technical in some field, whether it's software engineering or any other technical field, and try to give them an opportunity and a chance to learn DevOps and grow their skills in DevOps. It helps them transition to high-paying and high-demanding jobs. We help with the transition and advancement in career, because usually at the end of the whole DevOps Accelerate program, we have organizations looking for DevOps engineers that, take out of the pool of people that have gone through the DevOps Accelerate program. But the most important thing, and the reason why I think the way we do DevOps Accelerate is different, is because of the mentorship program. So DevOps Accelerate is not just take the slides, go and learn, and basically this is how you do DevOps. It's a mentorship program. And looking at our numbers, Looking at our numbers, this year, our fourth DevOps Accelerate, we had over 7,000 applicants. 7,000 applicants. These are the number of people that have applied and wanted to get into the mentorship program. But only 100 plus were able to get into the program. The 100 plus started the program, went through some form of screening, and at the end of the day, we had 50 graduates. So the 50 graduates are the ones that actually moved to the second stage, where out of our 10 mentors, we had five mentees per mentor. So the nature of the program is we have topics, we get the mentors to come, take a session, then give them exercises and create that bond between the mentors and the mentees, where the mentees now have someone to look up to, someone to discuss, someone to go and ask questions and basically learn more from. We did it in, I think, about 3 months, covering 12 weeks, with about 10 plus topics. And we couldn't have done it without our mentors. We had 10 mentors, and please, this is where I'll ask all of you to put your hands together and give the mentors a round of applause, because these are the people that make the difference. And please, if you're a mentor and you're here, please, can you stand up so that we can actually recognize you properly? Asia, thank you very much. I think I saw Mojisola somewhere. David, I saw David. Yeah, David standing there. Who again did I see? Yeah. Something that's interesting about this slide and the names here, right? You see Ahmed Abdullah there? This guy is a Saudi. He has never been to Nigeria. He saw what we were doing, he got interested, and he volunteered to be a mentor. And we had a lot of positive feedback about it. There are two names here on the right, Emmanuel Chibogu and Ade Tokumbo. These are people that live in a different time zone from us, and they were still able to volunteer their time and skills to help build the next set of DevOps engineers. And that's why, for me, the mentorship program is very important, because this is what makes a difference in the industry. If not, we'll have multiple conferences, and the people that were here at the first conference as junior engineers will still be here in the next and the next and the next, and that's not what we want to do. We want to make a difference in the industry. And just wrapping up, let me just share some of the feedback that we've received from some of the mentees, sorry. Shalom says, the DevOps accelerator gave him the opportunity to learn effectively. It gave him a roadmap, and in 3 months he was able to really learn from projects and be able to flex a lot of what he has learned on LinkedIn. Jennifer, so the program was hands-on, and this is what I was saying. There were demo sessions at the end, and this kind of, the way that it's structured, that's what helps people learn. And lastly, Fadele says, so she really liked the Kubernetes session. And I think the Kubernetes session was taken from by one of our mentors abroad. So it's impacts like this that gives us the motivation to do more. And I hope that moving on, like from the next ones, we will have organizations come in and basically give us an idea of what the industry is looking for, so that we can tailor to what the industry needs and be able to transition people immediately after the mentorship into careers. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Abdul Basit. Thank you again. Yep. So before we start, I would like to announce that, I still have a couple of t-shirts for some other people, and the next category is we have a hashtag. The hashtag is localhost.conf 2022. Then we also have shifting left. They would put it on the screen. So the question now is, how do you get my t-shirts? At the end of the event, we would look through Twitter. The profile with the highest amount of tweets with this hashtag gets a t-shirt. Yeah. I'm thinking about making it 2 t-shirts. I'll think about it. So the profile with the highest amount of tweets gets a t-shirt. The profile with the highest amount of retweets gets a t-shirt. With the amount of likes gets a t-shirt. If one person gets these 3, if we speak at our next conference, or you don't want to speak, okay. So that's it. Localhost shifting left. Also on Instagram, we would check the highest amount of likes, retweets, shares. You would get a t-shirt, and there are some other, aside t-shirts, there are some other swags that are available. Also, we all got different color codes for the various breakout sessions happening at some point. When it's time, we will direct us for where we would go for each of those breakout sessions. Right about now, we would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Andrew. That's it. Andrew Burian is a SRE director. So I stammer, so I'll go wait. So Andrew Burian is the SRE director at Dapper Labs. In his role, he is responsible for leading infrastructure and observability efforts across the organization. Prior to his current role, Andrew also served as SRE lead at Dapper Labs' parent company, Axiom Zen. Andrew will be joining us as our keynote speaker for Localhost conferences. Keynote speech titled "Do It on Purpose" will be centered on DevOps teams, cultures, tools, and processes that don't get lucky because they are just designed for success in the fast-moving and chaotic world of operations. It will also be shedding light on how and what it takes to build the right DevOps team and culture. and which of them will stand the test of time. With a standing ovation, we have to stand. With a standing ovation and a round of applause, please let's welcome Andrew to the podium. If you are clapping, clap. You guys are not excited enough. You are not clapping. You are not excited. The best clap might just get a t-shirt. If I were you, I will clap. If I were you, I will keep clapping. Thanks, Andrew.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Victor. Thank you to the entire Localhost team. Thank you so much for having us. I would like to put someone on the spot for a moment to give a very special shout out to our original host, Dio Ekenpelu up here, who was married 2 days ago, organized a conference while getting married. Dio, I don't know where you are. You're hiding somewhere. There he is. So, thank you very much for having me. As Victor said, I'm giving a talk today titled Do It on Purpose. Do we have the slides? If not, I can wing it. You guys can just look at me the whole day. This is the first conference that I have been to, I think ever, where my accent is the strange accent in the room. So I will try my best to talk slowly and clearly. If anyone needs me to slow down, just give me a little sort of hand gesture and I'll try my best to make myself understood. I'll give the team here one more second if I have slides. Otherwise, I will substitute elaborate gestures and interpretive dance. And no one wants to see that. Sorry? All right. Well, I'll do my introduction anyways, so you'll forgive me. I'll have to carry the phone around a little bit. So, like I said, my name is Andrew Burian. Consider myself a technologist before all else. I'm also a hiker, an outdoorsman, and a pretty avid nerd. I've been in computer science and technology in one way or another pretty much since I graduated high school. So I've been here for a fair while. I work in Go, Google Cloud, Terraform, the usual suspects for the modern DevOps stack. So I like to consider myself relatively up to date on these things. And I spend my time, as Victor mentioned, in a little Canadian company known as Dapper Labs. If you aren't familiar with Canada, or I don't know how much of our media mix is over here, this might be your first impression of what I say when I say I'm from Canada and work in Canada. That's not really actually what Canada's like. I actually come from a beautiful little city on the west coast of Canada called Vancouver. In my totally unbiased opinion, it is the jewel of the West Coast. So it's not entirely snow and glaciers, but it is about 20 degrees warmer than the coldest day in Lagos. So if you see me up here sweating, it's not because I'm nervous, I'm just not built for the Lagos temperature. So I have been at Dapper now for about 6 years. And I've done in that time a lot of everything, pretty much. I did, when the company was small, I did the IT team. I did what was operations or sysadmin back in the day. That grew and modernized into DevOps, into SRE. I've done a little bit of security. And through all of that, I was sort of the technologist, builder, doer, engineer, until I eventually sort of graduated up to the role where I am now, where I call myself the director of SRE. Now, that might seem like a relatively logical career progression. You spend enough time at a place, you work your way up the ladder, eventually you get to call yourself the director. But I've always sort of found that an interesting career path, where sort of, I don't know if anyone here works in management or higher management especially, but you don't get to spend a lot of time building things when you're the director. So the question is if I consider myself a technologist, why did I choose to go into management, and why am I standing in front of you guys, who are all, I think, builders and doers, talking about management things? Can we back up one, actually? Fast. Actually, there's the next slide, so fair enough. So, to explain what happened, I have to take you back in Dapper Labs' history just a little bit. We'll do a short little tour. You may or may not be familiar with the CryptoKitties project. This is what Dapper built that started our journey. We were the original designers of the NFT, if anyone's familiar with that in crypto. We wrote the initial spec that describes what an NFT is and how it works, and CryptoKitties was the proof of concept for that project. So we expected this to be a fun little detour into the world of crypto where we take a look at what things do. It turned out to be a wildly successful project, and we knew that we had to do something with it. So we built Dapper Labs off the back of sort of CryptoKitties' success. Please. In the time since then, that was 2017 that CryptoKitties launched. In the time since then, Dapper has been busy. We decided that we had to sort of take a stab at building the entire crypto ecosystem ourselves, because why not? We built the Flow blockchain, we built the Dapper wallet, and we built NFT Top Shot, which was our first attempt at digital collectibles in this sort of new ecosystem. It all went tremendously well, though tremendously stressful for every engineer involved. The few people here at Dapper Labs will have known that that was a busy time. And then since then, we've built 3 more products: NBA Top Shot, UFC Strike, and soon coming up, La Liga Golazos. So all that to say that Dapper Labs has been incredibly busy and has been incredibly hard on the people that have worked for it, but has been very rewarding and a very an excellent learning experience for all of us. But I sort of felt, as we worked on this, that I wanted a bit of a break. That I would sort of step up to the next phase of management and take myself away from the engineering for a moment. I had grand visions of corner offices and lovely views over the city. If any of you here are offered a position to management and you would like to use that to take a break, don't do it. It's a trap. Management is not a break from the hard work. In fact, when you get up to management, you discover that it's all even more hard work and about half the respect. So, I was very fortunate that I had a very strong team supporting me. I was able to take the time required to learn sort of what it meant to be a manager, what it meant to be a director, and I discovered that there were problems in DevOps and problems in the DevOps space and the SRE space that I hadn't even considered before. These were things basically entirely new to me that I had no training for, no ability to deal with. No one had ever sort of coached me through these things. And so I sort of had to learn this stuff from scratch with a great deal of support and a great deal of help. I did not do the whole thing myself. And so I'm here speaking to you today to attempt to sort of convey some of these things I've learned from a perspective you might not have by default. And my hope is that as you go into the more technical talks this afternoon and the rest of today, you'll take some of the things that I say and be able to apply that to the technical things that come later. So, next slide, please. So I'm going to cover a whole bunch of things today really quickly. What is DevOps to an organization? How do you share that understanding of DevOps with an organization that's either new to it or changing? How do you manage stress and burnout in your teams? One of the biggest killers in the DevOps space that I've seen. This new topic that I've been relatively attached to recently is the concept of design thinking and how to apply that in our space. Cultivating a knowledge culture. How do you explain what you do and keep that alive in your teams over and over? And building innovative capacity in your teams as well. So I'll try to go through it relatively quick. So the first thing I want to talk about is what should seem like a glaringly obvious thing, but occurred to me that I didn't think in these terms until very recently. There are 3 levels to solving problems. The top level is, why are we solving this problem? The next level down is, what are we doing to solve this problem? And the bottommost level is, how are we solving this problem? If you're like me, and you're a technologist and an engineer, we love the how. We spend all of our time talking about how we do things, the technology that makes it work, the cool tools that are out there, the best practices in the industry that let us solve things in these really impressive ways. Now, you can't figure out how to do something without knowing what you're building. So I think all of us spend a little bit of time up on the what we're building thing. We sort of get our marching orders, we decide what we're going to do, and we're off to the races. I would wager, and your organization might be better than ours at this, but you probably don't spend enough time thinking about why. Why do you do the things you do? Why do we do DevOps? Why do we build anything in the DevOps space at all the way we choose to do it? That was a real light bulb for me. I spend a lot of my time now trying to explain why and trying to think about why. And I think DevOps has sort of a kernel of why wrapped around it from the get-go. We talk about DevOps as sort of the reaction to the world where dev and ops were separate, and that was terrible. We delivered things very slowly, and this is better. So that's at least one nugget of why, but we can go a bit deeper. We can explore a bit more. Please. So, the first thing I'm going to do is do the what is DevOps. Now, I think this slide appears in every DevOps presentation ever, so I'll try to go over it relatively quickly. But in my experience, what DevOps is a little bit different everybody. And there are basically no wrong interpretations of DevOps, but you have to know what mine is to understand what the heck I'm going to talk about. So, more? So, to me, there's a few things that I think DevOps isn't, and this is sometimes controversial. And again, I'm not married to this. You do the thing that's best for your organization. But in my brain, DevOps is not a particularly good team name. There's a reason why I call myself and my team the SRE team and not the DevOps team. It's a subtle distinction, but DevOps is a little bit bigger than a single team. And so I like to keep the term available for sort of the whole organization. It's not a single group that does DevOps. Your organization does DevOps. It's also not a flashy redesign of your sysadmin group or your operations group. I see too many companies that just slap the DevOps label on a poor group of sysadmins and say, you fix the problem now, have fun. But what DevOps is, it's an engineering culture in my mind. It's a way of getting things done. It's a pattern of work, a common understanding, and a way to communicate that understanding with the rest of your organization. It's very common in the DevOps space to sort of see this like death of the expert. It's like, oh, hey, we need you to do operations and code. So we need more generalists. We need people that can span the whole stack. So get down there and do kind of a little bit of everything. That is a really good practice if you're a really small organization and can afford that. But experts have value. And people that can go deep into their areas, if you're a dev in the room, real quick, hands up if you consider yourself more a dev than an operations person. Anyone more dev? And more ops? More cloud engineering? Yeah, definitely more hands in the ops space. Okay, these are my people. I consider myself more on the operations side. But be you a dev or be you in operations, you still do your thing very well under the DevOps umbrella. This is what brings the shifting left into this operation. When you have the experts in operations that were historically only there at the end, and you bring them into the whole process, the entire development cycle beginning to end. So, okay, that's the what's DevOps. Thank you. So DevOps can mean a lot of things. That's what it meant to me. But your organizations are all different. You'll have slightly different versions of this, and everyone has been to one of these talks that resonated the most with them, and they'll have something in their head that's like, okay, this is what DevOps is to me. You cannot have an organization that disagrees on what DevOps is. That will destroy you so quickly. So the most important thing, if you're going to take anything away from any DevOps thing, is make sure that you, your team, your peers, the entire organization knows what DevOps means to them. There's lots of interesting tools to do this. I'll share one very briefly. We use a tool at Dapper Labs that we refer to as the service catalog, which basically is a way that we describe to the engineers, hey, here's the service that operations provides that developers can make use of. Here's the things we can help you with. Here's the things we want to partner with. It's basically an API for humans. They can read the documentation, see what they can make use of, and then request to make use of it. This is a good tool for us. Your tools may vary. The only requirement is you choose a communication tool that scales. If you have a bunch of personal relationships, a bunch of one-to-ones, which is the most common thing in small companies, it's great. You end up in a company at Dapper Labs, like we're now 700 people, it doesn't work anymore. And that culture of how you communicate is hard to change. So choose communication tools that scale well, because again, I said this already, but communication is what shifts the process left. If people know how to talk to you, people know why they want to talk to you, and people know what you offer, they will involve you earlier. If you're a black box to them, you could be the best operations person in the room right now, and you will struggle to make impact at your companies if the devs don't know what you do, why you do it, or how to involve you. Now, operations people love to help, so even if you don't communicate effectively, the devs will still come to you. They'll just come to you the day before the product launches, and you'll have to scramble. Scrambling is what makes heroes. You're the guy that saved the day. You did it. Heroes are tired. Heroes are the most tired people at your company by far. Burnout is probably the one thing I've noticed. It's prevalent in our entire industry. Everyone has to watch for burnout. it is especially prevalent in DevOps, operations, engineering teams that do this thing. I think it's because the communication system is hard, and we tend to sort of jump and spike and bump into each other. Reactionary work means you're uninvolved, you're jumping too late. There's a wonderful description of stress. You have a certain amount of capacity. This is your energy, your understanding, your intelligence, your time. You have capacity to do work that is available to all of us. Your organization has demand. Demand can fall below or above your capacity and the capacity of your team. If you're below capacity, you're idling. You may be a little bit bored, or if you're just below capacity, you're comfortable. If you're just above capacity, you're a little bit stressed, but a little bit of stress is motivating. Gets you doing the next thing, gets you working harder. If you're way above capacity, you're stressed and tired. That's when stress becomes toxic. This is the thing that will slow you down, wear you out, and start to do burnout. Now, if you work in a DevOps environment that's spiky, where devs are coming to you at the last second and jumping on you for things, you oscillate between, I am bored, I don't have much to do, and holy crap, we have to do everything before launch tomorrow. That makes you tired fast. Now, it's okay, you oscillate back and forth. You spend some time tired, you spend some time recharging. That balances out, doesn't it? Not really. Tired people tend to stop being able to communicate, stop being able to collaborate, and stop being able to think. And the you can't think doesn't show up in the form of I can't do my job anymore, take me away. It comes up in the form of subtle problems and subtle inabilities to make complicated decisions that you won't notice until you start to see the effects of it. More? Let's take an example for a second. Let's say you run an elevator. Maybe you're in an apartment building, maybe it's a hotel, but you have some elevators under your control, and you're the elevator guy. Now, everything's fine until one day, the tenants of the building start coming to you, they say, Andrew, the elevator's really slow. I spend a lot of time waiting for the elevator. Can you make the elevator faster? And you go, oh, that's interesting. So you go up to the elevator lobby, you push the button, and you sit there waiting for it. While you're waiting for it, if you're like me, you're an engineer, a thinker, your mind is starting to dissect the elevator. You see the rails, you see the cars, you see the motor and the cable that pulls it. Your mind is thinking, how can I pull this faster? Do we have a bigger motor? Do we have more space? Can I make the cable stronger? By the time the elevator gets to your floor and opens the doors, you've completely got a new idea for how to redesign the elevator. You go, I got this. I can help the people that are locked away in the elevator. We can make this faster for everybody. Then you go talk to your friend next door who also runs a hotel. You say, hey, my people are complaining the elevator's slow, but I've got this great idea to help them. Your friend says, oh yeah, we had this too. You know what we did? We put mirrors in the lobby. You go, what? He says, yeah, we have mirrors in the lobby. It turns out that mostly people don't care about how fast the elevator is. People just hate waiting for the elevator. If you're staring at a blank wall, it's kind of boring. And so if you stick something in the elevator lobby that gives people something to do, it distracts them, they fix their hair, they adjust their shirt, suddenly all the complaints are gone. No one is complaining about the elevator being slow anymore. Because the problem wasn't that the elevator was slow, the problem is that people hate waiting for the elevator. And that's a subtle distinction that you have to be on your toes to recognize and think about. Your first idea to fix a problem, especially if you're an engineer and a technical person like me, is usually not the best one, because it's usually solving the wrong problem. And that is an incredibly, incredibly, incredibly difficult thing to figure out. So this is where the tool of design thinking comes in. I'm not going to give a presentation on design thinking. I'm not qualified, and it would take the better part of an hour. The rough introduction to design thinking is it's a tool that helps you improve your way of thinking. It works you through defining the problem and exploring the problem and understanding the problem before you ever go to writing a solution. And it's useful even in really tight, short, stressful situations. Design thinking is typically presented as this big, long exercise you do over a big meeting. But when your engineers come to you the day the product launches and they say, the database is really slow, the website is going down, we need a bigger database. That seems like not the time to break out your whiteboard and go, have you heard of design thinking? Hang on, I'm going to show you all these things we're going to do. That's a stressful moment where you need to react. Even in that moment, the core of design thinking, where you step back and say, okay, The website's slow, I understand. Tell me the problem you're seeing. Describe the problem to me in a different way. Could this be something else? Can we fix this differently? The number of times that adding a CDN in front of your website fixes all your database problems, so many times, and is so much cheaper than a bigger database, both in terms of your time and in terms of your company's money. So, anywhere you can figure out to work this little bit of thinking into your processes is well worth it. So, knowledge. How many people love writing documentation? Love it, just to death. You're a very honest crowd. I saw not a single hand up there, and I respect that. Nobody likes writing documentation for their processes, and it's just sort of a fact of engineering. Now, I have a hot take here, which is that I think most people don't like writing documentation because most people don't get value out of their documentation. Why would I do something that just sucks and I don't ever see any value from it? It's just a waste of my time. Documentation and knowledge in general is very hard to use. It seems so intuitive. As humans, we love telling stories. You will go to every company and they call this sometimes, the zeitgeist of the company or the institutional knowledge or the culture hidden behind the scenes, the stories that people know in their heads about, oh, you go to this database to fix this, you go to this code base to fix this. People love telling stories, but it was the advent of writing that allowed humans to progress past sort of tribal cultures and to get all the way to, oh, now we have a society that can work. I won't go over the knowledge flow in too much detail, but essentially, the way that I have found it to work, and it's challenging, even we're not good at it, so take this with a grain of salt, but you start by your guides, your run books, the processes that you dreamed up. If you don't have one, just start one blank and write 4 bullet points that describe what you're planning on doing. Then you write a brief. It says, hey, here's what I'm going to do. This is the plan. This is what we're going to achieve. Go do the thing. As you're doing the thing, and after the thing is done, you debrief. You look at it, you say, did we do what we set out to achieve? What went well? What didn't? What's going well? What's not going well? What could be improved next time? And you stick those improvements back in the run books, and the next poor soul that has to do this thing, which might be you in a year, you're basically a different person, or it might be another team, goes to the run book and they see exactly what you've changed and they bring that to their processes and it goes around and around and around. If you can start to find some way in your organizations and your teams to get value out of your knowledge, you 10x easily the ability of your team. Then you're using more than just your brain and the brains of the stories that you've heard. You have a wealth of human knowledge for everyone that came before you. All of this is leading up to one very complicated concept that's deceptively simple and yet deceptively challenging that I've been trying to wrap my head around with heavy support from my partner now for the better part of 6 months, which is innovative capacity. Now, innovative capacity is essentially your team's ability to do work. We are in tech. This is not an assembly line. We cannot do exactly the thing that we're supposed to do exactly by the documentation. They're creative in their work. They're thoughtful and intentional. They solve the right problems. They're emotionally intelligent. They collaborate well. They communicate well. These are typically things you find on every hiring checklist. You want to sort of hire people that look like this. And it's true that you can hire people and should hire people that look like this. But it's also a very trainable skill. It's something that you can encourage in your teams. You can build, you can design, you can work on it in yourself, you can work on it with the people around you. But you need to have some things in place to let that happen. The 3 mindsets that I find go into this are the entrepreneurial mindset, the curious, risk-accepting. You should never lose that desire to solve what and how. I'm talking a lot about the why. I'm talking a lot about sort of the high-level wishy-washy things. I love figuring out what and how. I hope you do too, because that's what the rest of the conference is about, so please enjoy it. You also have the holistic mindset, which is the thinking about the why. Learn from the failures of others, learn from other teams, bring things in, and the community, talk to others, bring people along. DevOps is a philosophy that spans all of engineering, not just your team. Don't leave people behind. If I have to leave you with one sort of summary of innovative capacity, it's the resource that lets teams work. It evaporates under burnout super quickly, but takes a while to notice that it's gone. It can be hired for, but it also must be trained and developed in your teams, and depends on everything I've said before: the safety, the control, the feeling in charge, the able to use your knowledge, the able to communicate, able to collaborate. This is what lets teams work and live. So, again, the reason I'm standing here, the reason I'm not talking to you about a technical thing, is I want you to let your teams, yourself, the people around you, solve hard problems. And I don't want you to do it because you got lucky. I don't want you to do it because you happen to hire the right people, you happen to work with a great group, you happen to be in the right place at the right time. I want you to be able to solve the hard problems in DevOps because you chose to, and because you did the work. Make good use of the past knowledge. Make sure you're bringing everything into the equation that you can. Yeah.
I want to give out a t-shirt now. Please give me one t-shirt. I'm checking. I develop software, Laravel MySQL. Are you here? Somebody, it's you. Bless you. Why did I give her the last tweet? Random. Let me check. I told you, I am here to give. Let me see. Let me look for the person that posted the first picture. Who is this? That answer I've collected t-shirt before. You, yeah? What's the name again? Kenny. Give me one more t-shirt, please. She posted the first t-shirt. I told you guys, now me the empower. Give me the other one. Give me the collapse. I have two kinds. So, if you are pressing your phone, you are not collecting. I saw one guy writing notes. So, I'll find him again. I didn't know. It's not you I saw. No, it's not. It's not you I saw. It's not you I saw. It's not you. I will keep checking. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Also, to announce, we've made provision for lunch for everyone here. So don't be in a hurry to go. We are not wasting your time. You'd learn and you'd get fed. So right about now, our next speaker, I don't know if Ella Fish is ready. Hold on, please hold on a sec. Let me confirm if she is ready. One second, please, guys. I think I want to add WhatsApp stories. Anybody that posts the highest WhatsApp stories. This t-shirt day, I want to give it out. I need reasons to give. I am Santa today. If you have posted this event on your WhatsApp story today, let me know. Okay, thank you very much, guys. I think Ella Fish is ready for us. Let's go. Ella, over to you.
Hey guys. Okay, I can hear myself from the, where you at. So I hope that it doesn't interfere with my talk too much, because it's hard to hear myself twice. So can you, let's see if I can you put my slides on the screen as well, please? Yeah. Awesome. So I hope that everyone can see it. Let me go to full screen and we can start. Okay, so hi everyone. Thank you so much for joining this great conference, and I'm happy to be here. And my session will be about open source, and open source is open choice, right? So in this talk, I will give you a set of tools to help ease your decision about open source adoption, when you should do it, and practical tools that you can use to choose the right open source project for you. So first of all, hi, my name is Hila Fish. I'm a senior DevOps engineer and I work for Wix. I have 15 years of experience in the tech industry. I have recently joined the AWS Community Builders Program, which helps me know a lot about AWS, but also communicate with a lot of like-minded people. I help co-organize conferences in Israel, where I live, DevOps Days Tel Aviv and Statscraft. I'm a mentor in courses and communities, both for, I co-manage a community in Facebook with physical meetups and all for open source. And also I help lead some programs in a community for technical women in tech. So I really enjoy contributing back to the great communities that we have out there. I'm a DevOps culture fan. I think this is what helps companies achieve great things and achieve success. And I'm a lead singer in a cover band, as you can see in this picture, and it is a lot of fun. Okay, so open source software is publicly available and can be modified at will. Of course, you don't just merge to main, you open a PR, right? And the thing is that a lot of tools that we use in our day-to-day is open source. So React, Java, Firefox, and Linux, right? So a lot of tools that we use for a lot of time is open source, and it is awesome to know. So in the late 90s, proprietary software was considered the standard, and the notion of making source code public was considered bad strategy for tech companies. And coming forward to 2020 and up until now, the concept of open source became mainstream. So what's so good about open source? Because there are a lot of things to say about it. So let's see, what does it help us? So open source helps build a rich developer community. It's basically a society that is based on knowledge, but really relies on the core values of communication and collaboration to succeed. And Manish Sharma, who's the general manager of GitHub India, he said that open source is an enabler of innovation, and that companies that either that turn to open source either open their code base to be public or contribute projects to open source, it helps speed up their business transformation. So open source boosts our code quality and security because, as Linus Torvalds said, the creator of Linux and Git, he said that given enough eyeballs, all bugs are shallow. So since code is publicly available, then anyone can spot and correct errors or omissions. So of course, you don't only spot the issues. If you fix them, then the code will be in a higher quality state and much more secured. Also, open source boosts adaptivity, because what is adaptivity? If we have more users, then we have more use cases, and then the code will be more robust. And it is adaptive to various use cases, and it allows to surface bugs and edge cases much more rapidly than traditional QA processes. And it also encourages more modularity and avoiding this one-size-fits-all kind of assumption, resulting in greater flexibility and lower customization costs in the long run. Agility. So a lot of open source projects follow modern software development processes, which leads to rapid development cycles, which leads to more frequent releases without sacrificing quality. Also in open source, we have less bureaucracy, right? Because opening up a PR versus opening a commercial support ticket, it's two different things. And in open source, we don't have regularly scheduled release processes like we have for proprietary companies that sometimes need to release only on Sundays. On open source, you just release the version and anyone can use it whenever they want. So I want to talk to you about the DevOps perspective towards open source, because usually it's something that is more discussed from the developer's perspective. And I want to show you how we DevOps, at least from my take and other people that I talked with, how we perceive open source. So first of all, in order to understand our perspective, we need to understand the developer's perspective. So developers say, we have functionality factors to consider. So will the library that I just found get integrated in my code properly? And what efforts are needed to do so? Maybe I need to do refactoring. As opposed to that, DevOps, we care about the environment, and the environment is our main focus. So we think about the project that we found, the open source project, and we need to really think if the project will be well integrated in our environment. And also, we have other considerations like security and maintenance to think about as well. Another thing is that collaboration is a common ground between DevOps and open source. And as you can see here, collaboration leads to better conclusions and solutions. And why? Because when communities form around shared challenges, then the diversity of ideas that naturally emerges surfaces better solutions. And a lot of things that I mentioned here, there was a link that I will share later on from a great article I found from Ben Balter, and he really talks about the open source adoption in a good way. So I think, and I really urge you to read this because it will give you a much more perspective, more than the amount of time that I deliver here. Another thing about open source is that we treat open source as tools, and we ask ourselves, do we want to introduce this to our system because it will help us deliver this code or automate this or introduce this capability? So since a lot of DevOps engineers came from the background as system engineers like me, then the integration concept is no strange to us. So we can just take a tool, integrate it with our in our environment, like we treat it as just a tool chain, and that's basically it. But of course, not everything is good. We always need to think about other complexity that has that is introduced when we think about open source. And we are in a constant state of trade-offs and maintaining balance, because we want to do upgrades, right? Because there are features, there are bug fixes, but we don't want to rock the boat too much. And maybe the feature that the version has is not really worthwhile, and I should wait and not do too many maintenance to not rock the boat too much. Also, complexity. So show me one person that is able to upgrade Jenkins or its plugins without having any fear that it will get break, right? So there are complexities, there are dependencies that we need to think about in order not to cause any downtimes. And in the middle of everything, we have research, because once we find a project that we want to integrate in our environment, we need to read about it, read reviews, read if there are actual use cases in production. And we want to make sure that we know what we introduce to our environment. Another thing, this is generally speaking true for DevOps, but also for open source. We need to keep tabs and be informed of what's going on. And I will give you an example. I found a project, an open source project, version 1.0 is not that suitable for my use case. The features is not exactly what I need. And maybe there's also a bug that needs to be fixed, and I can't really afford introducing this bug to my environment. So I should keep tabs and keep watch on that project. And maybe version 2.0 will be much more suitable for my use case, and maybe that bug was fixed, and then it will be much more what I need, right? So this is one example. Another example is the example of CentOS. The operating system, CentOS, reached end of life at the end of 2021. And in case you don't know, end of life means there are no more security patches that are being released to that operating system, which means that if I have systems that have CentOS installed, then I'm putting my systems at risk, because they are much more vulnerable now for hacks and all sorts of things. So if I didn't know about that, then I'm putting my systems at risk instead of doing whatever necessary, either migrate to another operating system to make sure that my systems are healthy and stable. And I really like this picture because it says, keep moving people, even though, as you can see, nobody is there. That's the thing. You need to keep tabs and be informed of what's going on without having your team leader breathing down your neck and saying, hey, please check this and that. You need to do it by yourself and to to be proactive, and I think this is what will help you be a better engineer as well. Okay, so let's talk now about when should we consider open source, because maybe it's not always the best option for you, depends on where you are at the moment in project-wise and stuff like that. So let's consider when to adopt open source software. So first of all, uncommon use case, and I can tell you an example that I had in one of my previous companies. We used a Google Cloud Platform and specifically GKE, the Google Kubernetes engine, for running applications on Kubernetes. And we had application that didn't need to run all the time. So only based on several conditions, it need to run. In other times, just it could be down and all would be good. And at that time, and I think it's still now, downscaling pods to 0 wasn't possible on GKE. So we searched for a solution for that, and we found Keda. Keda is an awesome open source tool that helps you downscale pods to 0 based on certain conditions, and the project is very well maintained. It is declared as production ready, and it's basically good use, especially in production, because it's very well maintained. So this is one example of using an open source tool when you have an uncommon use case that proprietary software doesn't help you, or your cloud provider doesn't provide something, and you don't always have to go to these directions, because if you have an open source tool that helps with your needs, then you might as well use it, and I will mention it again very soon. Another reason to adopt open source when you have limited budget. So when your budget is limited and you can't really afford purchasing an enterprise license of the software, then you can use its free version or on an open source alternative. And it will also allow lower total cost of ownership, because adopting open source software generally has lower cost, because the software itself often comes at no cost or relatively low cost, and shifts the cost center from licensing to customization and implementation. And also think about it this way: training, maintenance, and support will be equally invested in an open source project adoption versus proprietary software. So again, might as well boost open source adoption if there is no significant reason that prevents you from doing so. Another reason to adopt open source is when you have insufficient in-house resources, ability-wise, like this family guy right here, or capacity-wise to create a solution of your own or to enhance a solution. And also, there's a saying, why reinvent the wheel, right? So if there is also already an open source project that fits your needs, just adopt it, and that's basically it. We can't talk about anything in life really only on the good side. We need to cover the bad as well, the bad or the problematic or the complex, right? So let's cover some disadvantages of open source that I think that is worthwhile to mention. So first of all, security by obscurity. This notion doesn't apply on open source, because proprietary software companies can claim that their code is much more secure than open source because of that, because the source code is closed, then hackers can't really exploit loopholes since the code is not available, it's not public. So this is one thing to consider. Other than that, sorry, my mouse, I don't know. Other than that, the open source is sometimes prone to abuse. Let's take, for example, the colors NPM package, where the maintainer added a loop in the code and caused a lot of trouble for a lot of companies, and Faker.js, where, if I'm not mistaken, the maintainer had a bankruptcy, and then the version that he released was actually no version. He deleted the project. So you can say, hey, I can just, for libraries, right? I can just lock the version in requirements.txt for Python, or packages JSON lock, and be done with that. But a lot of companies don't do that, and otherwise we wouldn't hear about these two examples in a global scale, right? So it's something to consider. I can say that it really happens a lot because people usually are good and they want to contribute good things, but it could happen, and it's something to consider once we decide to adopt open source. Compliance. So in its raw form, open source usually gives no warranty or official guarantee, making it difficult to use in a business environment where compliance is a must. As we all know, open source is not always entirely free. We need to check the fine print and see the licensing and what it is about, and especially if the reason for you to select open source is because of budgeting reasons, then you need to check if the open source software is indeed free or not. Discontinued projects. So a lot of the times, the projects are not backed up by companies, but by people like me and you, and they could decide that they discontinue to support these projects because they don't have the money, they don't have the time to do it, and that's okay. So it means that if that happens and you adopted a discontinued project, it means that you either need to migrate to another solution, or you will be the one to start supporting this project from now on. Support is not always guaranteed, right? You need to assume good faith because they don't owe you anything, especially if the project is backed up by people like me and you and not companies. But I mentioned Keda before, I will mention it again. Once we introduced it, and it was like a second before being full-blown production, I had some issues that introduced only with volume of data, and I opened an issue about it in GitHub. I explained the situation, I explained it's about to be production any day now, and I think it was on a Thursday evening or Friday, like outside of work hours. The maintainers really helped, and they released a new version, and it was awesome. So I assume good faith when I work with open source, and I hope that you would too. And another thing is that proprietary software does have support guaranteed, but it doesn't mean that the support will be good. So that's also something to think about. And last but not least, SaaS alternatives. So it's not really the opposite of an open source, but on some occasions, companies will prefer the SaaS managed solution because it saves them time to manage the software, to integrate it, and dev enablement shifts from DevOps dependency to a cloud lock scenario that in the overall trade-off is worthwhile. And SaaS popularity is likely only to rise as organizations shift more and more resources to the cloud. Okay, so to sum things up in regards to adopting open source software, really there is no right or wrong when it comes to that. It's a matter of perspective, and there are multiple factors to consider and you need to choose the best solution for your needs. And speaking of your needs, how do we choose an open source project? Because let's say you Googled your use case, you found 2, 3, 4 open source tools that cover your use case. How do you select the one for you, the one that fits exactly for what you need? So let's cover some questions that you need to ask and answer in order to understand how to choose the right open source projects for you. So we will cover popularity, activity, security, readiness, documentation, ecosystem, ease of use, and roadmap. So let's cover each one. So first of all, popularity. Check how many GitHub stars a project has. Always bear that in mind because especially when open source software is backed up by a company, then maybe they have like a marketing department that helps promote the project, whether it's good or not, right? So just make sure that you take into consideration GitHub stars in together with other components as well, and not only that, because it's not always like the best thing, but it usually, like a rule of thumb, it does mean that if a project has a lot of GitHub stars, it is very popular and very used. Another thing is that you need to check if the project is part of CNCF or incubator, because if so, it means the project follows a high quality standards, which is good because it means that it will be much more mature and will be maybe much more popular because it follows these standards. You should Google the project alone to check for online presence, but you should also Google the project versus similar products to check for reviews, because we want to make sure that we know what we introduced to our environment and that maybe other people thought about things and documented it in a way that help us detect if it's something that is suitable for our use case or not. Activity. So let's check the commit rate and to see if they are daily, weekly, monthly. And also we need to check how many issues are there, how many releases are there. Is the project maintained by one developer or more? Does the project has sponsors or backed up by a company? So all of these questions is meant for you to understand that if you will adopt a certain open source software, and then you will need a bug fix or you will wait for a feature, how long approximately you will have to wait in order to get those. So if you have a heavy use case where you will probably need frequent releases or frequent maintenance of that open source software, then activity is a very important metric to think about because of that reason. Security. So I think, or at least in my experience, it's more suitable for or more thought of from the developers angle, because supply chain is a thing in code, right? Because they need to integrate that library in their code, as opposed to DevOps where we have a project and we just integrate in our environment. So there is no really a supply chain, but at least from my experience, maybe you guys experience something else, but security should always be a factor to consider in whatever you do at work or in life. So check known vulnerabilities and any supply chain considerations that might need to be revised or might need to be reviewed. And I also put a link here for tools to check security risk open source dependencies that might help you in this regard. We will share it afterwards. Readiness. So is the project declared as production ready, like KEDA that I mentioned is production ready? A lot of users use it in production, which is good for me to know because, hey, I'm the owner of production. I'm the production gatekeeper, as you can say. So I want to make sure it is matured enough and really in a ready enough state to use in production. And also we need to check if the current features are enough to sustain usage. And also, is my use case covered fully in the current state? And if not, am I okay with it? Because if I'm not okay with it, maybe I need to keep tabs and check back this project, and maybe the next version will be much more up my alley. So that's about that. Documentation. So documentation is basically, if you think about it, it's like the gateway for that project, right? Because you don't know anything about this project, and you want to know how to integrate this project in your environment, how, if there are known issues, if the features are very well explained for you to understand if it fits your use case or not, right? So if documentation is rich and cover most aspects that I mentioned, then it will be very easy not only to integrate, but also to maintain in your day-to-day and to take the decision whether to incorporate it in your environment or not. Because if the features are not explained, then maybe you don't know if this project is good for your use case or not. So as much as the documentation will be much more richer, then it will help you take this decision whether to incorporate this software or not. Ecosystem. So I think that this is the most important metric here. I think that all of them are important, but this metric will be the one that you will mostly feel in your day-to-day, and I will explain. In one of my previous jobs, I used Rundeck as the CI tool, and at that time, documentation wasn't great, and the ecosystem was very small. So once I needed to change some flows or enhance other flows or introduce new capabilities, it was very hard for me to do because documentation wasn't great and I didn't have anyone to reach out to. There wasn't any Slack or Telegram or Discord workspace that helped with people that are engaged also on their GitHub. They weren't engaged, so it was very hard to speak with people that already have experience with Rundeck that could help and suggest for me what to do. As opposed to that, in other company, I use Jenkins for the CI tool. You can say a lot of things about Jenkins, but the Jenkins has a very large ecosystem. So also the documentation is pretty good. So once I had issues with Jenkins or not even issues like deliberations, how to do things in a certain way, I reached out to the community either through the GitHub repository or through community channels like Slack. If I'm not mistaken, they also have like their own workspace in Slack, but if not, then there are a lot of Jenkins channels in a lot of tech community Slack workspaces. So I reached out, and a lot of people just helped me, and it was awesome because I learned from others' experience and from their line of thought. And it's not only that, it's not only the fact that you need to reach out to, or you could reach out to the community. It's the fact that if the ecosystem is large, it means that there are more use cases, more users that use this tool, and then it means that whatever or could be whatever stuff that you would want to introduce to your tool features or tools capabilities or use cases, it will probably be it, because a lot of users are using it, so probably it fits a lot of use cases. So ecosystem is very, very important, and really try to select tools that have a very large ecosystem, because it will help in your day-to-day. Ease of use, so do a POC, see how well it gets integrated in your environment, and see the ratio between the amount of time to implement until the integration is finally done. And also check the issues on GitHub. Are the issues about features or about how do I do X? Because if the issues are about how do I do X, maybe the project is not that easy to use, and it is something to consider, especially if you have heavy use case. And last but not least, roadmap. Is the project defined as an open source project or planned to go towards monetization, which means that the code will be not open source, but closed source. And also check for features planning. If there is a roadmap and the maintainers already know what features they are planning and will be released in future versions, then it means the project is very well thought of, and you know that whatever you will need, probably it will be in a very organized procedure and basically well maintained. So to sum things up in regards to choosing an open source project, ask the general questions to cover the basics and understand if the project is in a ready enough state, but also ask the tailored specific questions to cover your use case and your pain points. So for example, if you have a use case, as I mentioned before, focus on documentation and ecosystem metrics. I would say also activity, because these metrics will be the ones that will help in your day-to-day. And if you have no capacity for maintenance, for example, then you should focus and really put more weight on the readiness and the ease of use metrics. Do a POC, see how well it gets integrated in your environment, and rely on your research. Ecosystem to the rescue, and engage in GitHub, raise issues, or and basically contribute to the project success and eventually your success. And I want to finish up with one token from me, because I really love open source, and I think that it's very important. How to contribute to open source without writing a single line of code, because you don't have the time to do it, or because you don't know how to do it, because not all of us are developers or are very good with code, but regardless, we can still contribute to open source. So how can we do that? So first of all, open issues, bug fixes, or feature requests. It will help the project be much more robust and fit a lot of use cases because of what you will raise. Modified documentation. So as I showed you, documentation is part of the considerations, and it is a metric of its own. And documentation is, and writing documentation is a skill. And the speaker before me said that maybe a lot of people don't like to write documentation, but documentation is key. And if you don't, if the documentation is not good enough, maybe I wouldn't even select this project because I don't know what this project is about, right? So if you have this skill, please leverage it to make the documentation much more clear, more concise, and much more thorough. It will help me, it will help others, and believe me, everyone will thank you for that. Another thing is to share your use case. You can write a blog post. I've written a blog post about Scriptsterver, which is an open source tool that helps you expose Ansible playbooks, Terraform, and other scripts as a UI with a permissions mechanism. It was good and awesome for our use case back then. And I wrote a blog post about it because maybe other will read it and say, hey, it fits my use case as well, let's adopt that. So if you have adopted open source tools, you can write blog posts about it as well and help other people by doing that. Share tools that you found with colleagues and techie friends. I just yesterday, I found out about an open source tool, an open source project that was released by AWS Labs to help developer productivity. So I posted about it in my LinkedIn, and it's good because now people could maybe use it and it will help them in their day-to-day. Sponsorship. So either you, if you are able to contribute and some money, it will be awesome, especially for projects that are maintained by individuals and not company backed up. And maybe you can convince your company to sponsor these projects as well. It could actually be the thing that will help that project to succeed and to be active. So if you can do that, it will be awesome. Hold an open source mindset. So aim to incorporate open source projects wherever possible and reasonable, aka don't just go immediately to proprietary software, but check for open source solutions that help with your use cases. And if you do that, maybe you can inspire others to do that as well, because they will see you doing it and maybe they will adopt it as well. And last but not least, spread the word on open source at conferences like I'm doing just now. So, and I think I have a little bit more time, since I really like open source. One of the things that we have in our open source community in Facebook called pull request is this initiative called Open Source Rel, like DevRel, but for open source, which basically showcase how companies perceive open source and contribute actively to that realm. So for example, Wix, the company that I work for, have contribution days each quarter. Like you can, for entire week in a quarter, you can sit and contribute to open source while you're at work, which is awesome. So we just showcase how companies contribute to open source and perceive it because of two reasons. One, we hope that other companies will see it as well and will probably or will want to do some more things and progress more towards the open source realm as well. And the other reason is because individuals like me, like any other people that like or love open source and share these values of collaboration and communication, they want to go work for companies that have the same values. So if, for example, I know about Wix that allows me to contribute to open source during my work time, then it will be awesome. And maybe I would like to go and work for these companies as well. So this initiative is rather new. We have only a few companies here, but we are actively adding more and more companies. And if you guys want to have your company featured in this initiative as well, just reach out through these contact details that I have here, email, LinkedIn or Twitter, and it will be awesome to feature you. And you can also, of course, reach out if you have any questions about open source or about SRE or DevOps topics. I'm not a full-blown open source contributor, but so there are questions. Maybe now you will have questions that I wouldn't know how to answer, but I know a lot of people that are passionately and relentlessly contribute to open source on a daily basis, and I can just get the answers that you need. So I really hope that you enjoyed this session, and if you have any questions, I think that we have time for them right now.
So if you have a question for Ella Fish, let me see your hands. I should go to the stage. Oh, nervous. Light, please, so that I can see my fine face. Questions, please. Okay, 1. Question 2. Question. Just 2 questions. Me, I will ask questions. So if you don't ask, I will ask. We have 1. Any other person asking questions here? Okay, you can start, sir. Hi, Hela, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, hi.
Hey.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. My question is, how do we get updated on the new open source project? Because from your slide, I can understand that we have some projects some open source projects that are not of high ratings, of high stars, and don't have so much contributors. Just like take for instance, we have an open source project like Helm, and it was being introduced those early period, and it's actually solving a problem in Kubernetes. So my question is, how do you get to, aside, like there's this thing that Localhost has every Friday, office hours, and we get to learn about different solutions and different problems we face in our organization and know what solve with them. So I'm wondering, aside that, is there any other solution to get around knowing what's actually going on in the community? What tool? How do you get to know what specific tool solves your specific problem? Yeah.
Okay, so first of all, if a project doesn't have, sorry, I hear myself twice, so it's a bit, okay. So first of all, there are like trending projects on GitHub, but it is based on stars. So a lot of projects that are more engaged in GitHub and has more stars, then it will be upper in the GitHub trend page. So you can look at that, but if you're specifically aiming for projects that are with less GitHub stars and might be still good just because they are not very well published yet. It really depends on knowledge sharing, I would say, because when a project is released, these maintainers of this project needs to pump the project as much as they can, publish about it on social media and stuff like that. And you can, if they publish, then you can, let's say, follow a certain tags, certain hashtags, right? A certain accounts in Twitter that retweets some stuff. So there is like open source bots in Twitter that retweet everything that has open source mentioned in it. So you can also follow these kind of bots or accounts that help promote open source projects as well. And that way you can also know about these kind of projects that are there but doesn't have the amount of publicity or the amount of exposure that other projects has. And wait, I had another thing in mind. Just a sec. Oh, and of course, there are a lot of newsletters. I don't have anything in mind at the moment, but I can collect a few and share it afterwards. Newsletters and podcasts that revolve around open source, and they usually bring people up to speed of, hey, we just found out some new tools and stuff like that. So I would say if the project is not still well exposed, it still can reach a certain audience by social media, and we can just follow it by these tags, accounts, or newsletter podcasts in order to know about these projects. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Almost there.
Hey, hello. Thank you for your talk, first of all. My name is Joe. I work for Superbase, which is an open source Firebase. So I just wanted to ask, so you mentioned a couple of really great points. So after getting the buy-in, doing a POC, looking at the number of stars, but then this is all communication with engineers, right? There's a follow-up hurdle where you have to, maybe at some companies get buy-in from non-technical people, like, is this compliant, or, is the BSD license, what do the license requirements state? So I was just wondering if you could share a little bit more about your experiences with getting buy-in from non-technical stakeholders, as well as any tips you have for members of the community or companies here looking to adopt an open source project into part of their company. Thank you.
It's a great question. Unfortunately, I don't have much experience with that, because usually what I do when I want to introduce an open source tool in my company, I raise it to my team leader, and then my team leader has a much more peripheral vision of what's going on out there. Like, who do I need to communicate this to, like compliance or security and stuff like that. And because it really depends on how big the company is. If it's a startup, then you know exactly who to communicate to. But sometimes when it is a large enterprise, then the departments are very diverse and maybe even isolated. So usually I raise it to my team leader. I show them why this tool is good for us to use and to help with dev enablement or any other reason. And then basically they introduce me to the next level of, okay, please contact this person and check for compliance, or talk to this person and check for the license and stuff like that. So this is, again, from my experience, because I don't usually, from my role, I didn't have like the most wide understanding of who's against who in the company itself, in the term of next chain of command, as you can see. So the integration is needed, but we need to cover XYZ. So usually my team leader has this understanding, because they see everything. They are in a lot of meetings, right? And they know the right people. So I would just say communication is key. So once you want to integrate something, you don't just integrate it and that's that. You raise it to your team leader. You want to say that you're going to do a POC. And then I would assume that your team leader will know what to do in terms of licensing, compliance, and stuff like that, and will aim you or direct you to the next steps needed. But it is very important, and I'm not sure if there is like a better, if there is a procedure that is a lot of companies follow by, and maybe we can find a document about that. I would say it's still something that is interpreted differently by companies, but if we can find something, I will also raise it in my community. I think it's a very important question.
Thank you very, very much. I think we have one more question from that end. Are there another person that wants to ask a question? No, they want me.
Hello, my name is Victor.
Hey.
I would like you to quickly share with me some of the open source tools that you make use of the most, and some of the ones you've contributed to. Thank you.
Sure. So of course it's very different between companies, but currently in Wix, specifically in my department, because we have a lot of departments and each use different things. So in my department, I work for the data engineering, aka the DevOps team for the data engineering. So we use Terraform in its open source way, and not a cloud or enterprise. We use Atlantis, which is an open source tool for Terraform pull request automation, which is very good. What else? We use Jenkins for our machine learning models to get to production. What else? I think that's basically it. We have data engineers, so they use Spark, and I don't know if it's open source or not because I'm not well versed in that, but they use Spark and they use Presto and stuff like that. And I know that our developers, we, of course, in Wix, we also have released projects. So we have a project that we work with it in our day-to-day. The developers work with it, called Greyhound. So you can check it out. I think it's, I'm not sure entirely what's about that because it's very, very far from my day-to-day, but I do know it is very well used in Wix and I think in other companies as well. So maybe it will help the developers among you. Of course, for monitoring, we use Prometheus and Grafana. I mean, not of course, but it's a very well used tools for monitoring. What else? In my previous company, I used Ansible for configuration management. I currently use Chef. So yeah, it very depends on between companies, but I think that the most used by me throughout the companies is Terraform for infrastructure as code, Jenkins for CI/CD, Prometheus and Grafana for monitoring, and that's basically it. And if you speak, I can't hear anything. Wait, I can't hear you. I see someone speaking, but I can't hear you.
Okay, what? Yeah, okay.
Now I hear you. Okay.
Okay, yes. My name is Phineas, as I said the other time. And the question I want to ask is, what would you recommend is the best possible route for someone who wants to incorporate open source and as someone who is adopting DevOps into his work? Should the person incorporate open source into his work as a contributor or as someone who is using open source project, as a user of open source project? This is for someone who is just adopting DevOps. What would you recommend is the best possible entry or best possible way to incorporate open source?
So you mean whether if the best solution is to contribute to open source or to adopt it in your day-to-day? This is what you mean?
Yes, whether to begin contributing or to begin by looking for open source project to use.
So I would say it really depends on your use case, but for example, Terraform is widely used across the world for infrastructure as code, and if you need to create infrastructure, then I personally recommend using Terraform. So it will be much more easier to integrate Terraform and use it rather than contribute to it, because you need to learn about a lot of moving parts inside Terraform, and Terraform is based on Go, so you need to know Go in order to contribute. So the best way to learn any technology really is to first use it and use it quite a lot in order to really understand its features and its pain points, because only after using Terraform I know exactly what to avoid and what to try to minimize usage and stuff like that. So I would say the easiest way to learn a technology is by using it first and integrating it, and only after that, on the next level, then you can contribute to it as well. But I can tell you that, for example, contribution is not only on the very low level of code. For example, to contribute to Terraform code itself, which is Go, you can contribute. If we take Terraform as an example, you can contribute to Terraform modules. So there is a very large repository of Terraform AWS modules, and I recently used the S3 model in a way that uses the module as it is, but I needed to introduce new capability, enabling metrics for S3 buckets, which is currently not supported by that module. So I'm going to open a PR and then basically merge my new capability to that module so everyone can enjoy it, not only me. And this is my way of contribution as well. So contribution, it really depends on the type of solution or technology that you're using. But as I showed with Terraform, you don't have to contribute to its core, the Go components, but you can contribute to modules that a lot of people will eventually or later on will use while working with Terraform. I hope that it answered your question.
Hello guys, a round of applause for Hila. Thank you very much, Hila. Thank you very, very much. I think that will be all for Hila. So before we go for our next sessions, I'm sure at the beginning of, when we were registering for the event, we all picked the various breakout sessions that we would want to attend. There is blue for container security, there's red for decoupling Terraform with Tarragon, there's yellow for application performance monitoring, and there's purple for how to build a distributed, secure ecosystem with Postgres, SQL. Are we all aligned? So right about now, we want to call on one of our sponsors to just give us a brief talk for like 3-4 minutes. After that, we will proceed to our breakout session. Breakout session is about 30 minutes. After that, we will now go for lunch break. With a round of applause, let's welcome Vincent from Tarragon Group. If you are clapping, clap.
Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay, my name is Vincent, and I work with the marketing team at Tarragon. I just want to talk a little about Tarragon, what we do, why we're here, and probably during the breakout session, you can come and say hi to us. First of all, we're very excited to be partnering with Localhost once again. Our partnership has been, I like to say we are born together. We've been together through many years from the start till now, and we hope very well that we can continue to be partners for as long as we both continue to exist. Tarragon is Africa's leading data and marketing technology company. We help brands deliver meaningful experiences to their consumers on mobile, leveraging data and technology. So basically, we work with small and medium-sized businesses, enterprises, marketing agencies, especially those who are seeking for a multi-channel marketing solution to be able to provide value to their clients. We have our headquarters here in Lagos, and then we have a presence in Kenya, in South Africa, in Ghana, and in India, where we have some of our engineers. Tarragon is also a member of the CDP Institute, the Customer Data Platform Institute, the Mobile Marketing Association, and then in terms of data privacy, we collaborate a lot with NITDA and also follow the regulations of GDPR. For our products, we have 3 main products that we use to deliver value to our clients and our customers. We have the Tarragon Customer Data Platform, which is our enterprise solution, and then we have Tarragon Prime, which is a multi-channel marketing solution that we use to deliver value to small and medium-sized businesses. And then we have Tarragon Prime Lights, which is a solution for micro businesses for advertising. Basically, working with Tarragon is all the fun that you can think of. Very easy, and I think it's very enjoyable. We have a lot of Terraformers here. Please, if you're a Terraformer, just make some noise. That noise doesn't sound like you're happy. All right, so we have our stand at the back there, and at the moment we have some openings for front-end engineers, DevOps engineers, data engineers, and you can reach us at the back, and we can have more conversation and discussions about how we work, how you can join us. We're excited to have you join us, and I'm sure that when you come to the back, you learn a lot about us, and you'll be excited too. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the day.
If you are clapping, please clap for Tarragon Group. For those that were present when Dai was giving his opening remarks, Tarragon Group was where Localhost started. I was a Terraformer. In fact, I'm a Terraformer. I started my career in Tarragon. I can point at least 10 people here that started a career in Tarragon. So please, let's clap for Tarragon once more. Yes, sir. I have a t-shirt to give to one guy. The guy did tweet. He's on Twitter. Joel Young. Bless you. One sec, please. There's one other guy. For those that are just joining, I am Santa Vichofu. I give people t-shirts for engaging, either online or offline. If you have the opportunity of holding my mic, I'm sure you have a t-shirt, unless you're an organizer. But if you've had the opportunity of holding this mic, you have a t-shirt. So for you to win one of my t-shirts, you have to engage either online or offline. There's one other guy, Fuse, NN. Bless you. There's one more. Yeah, I think that's it for now. It's plenty to go around, but you have to engage. Where's the guy? Let me see your undo. Okay, you pass it. Okay, now lend him. Okay. No, it's fine. So right about now, the next session would be the breakout session. I will try as much as possible to ensure it's not rowdy because we are having this breakout session in 4 different locations. We have 1 here, 3 in other locations. But to start, I think we'll do it in batches. If you are putting on the the tag with red, that's decoupling Terraform with Tarragon. Please, you can be on your feet and join this lady here. She will direct you to where the session will be taking place. If your tag is red, decoupling Terraform with Tarragon, red. Let's be as fast as we can, please. After now, we are going for lunch. There's food, don't worry. If you need water, please ask any of the ushers for water. You would get water. If your tag is red, please follow them. If your tag is red, follow them. Then we have blue, container security. Blue is here. Okay, blue, if you are putting on blue, you can remain seated. I said putting on, if you have the blue tag, please remain seated. This is your hall. Then we have application performance monitoring, yellow. If you have the yellow tag. Sorry, what's that? No, see, this is the call I'm talking about, not this one. Yeah. No. Okay, that's yellow. You can join her. She will take you to where you'll be having your session. If you need water, please feel free to ask any of the ushers. It will be provided. Also, hello guys, please don't forget to go with your bags. Don't forget to carry your personal items. We will not be responsible for anything that gets lost or missing. Please, this is a public place. Be responsible for your personal belongings. Thank you very much. I am sure also the facilitators in each of these locations would also be going there now. We have Shehu for container security. We have Promise for decoupling Terraform using Tarragon. We have Tristapan, how to build a distributed and secure database ecosystem with PostgreSQL. And we have application performance monitoring with Ogechi Vivian. Then purple. Do we have purple here? Okay. They've gone? Okay. So if your tag is purple, you can join her. She would take you to where you'll be having your session. Yeah, this Postgre, purple. Blue is here. So for us that will be in the main hall, we can please come to the empty seats in front of us so we will be organized. I would appreciate if we can maintain this role and this role. I would appreciate if we maintain this role and this role. So it will be centralized. You can sit in front for this session. You can sit in front. You can sit in front for this session. Shehu, are you around? Okay. I think let's all clap for Shehu, please. If you are clapping, clap. It's not loud enough. Go and sit down. Guys. So, in fact, stand up and clap for Shehu. If you did not stand up, your charger will burn. Shehu. Thank you very much, guys. There's two polo, so I'm taking notes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Is it afternoon? Yeah, okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'll be speaking on container security and how to avoid attacks. So right before I start, has anyone been hacked before? Your company? Any of your servers been compromised before? Okay, all right. So my name is Shio Awal. So I'm a DevOps engineer at eHealth Africa. So I'm really interested in KAS, Kubernetes, infrastructure and security as well. So also thanks to Lutz, that's my mentor. So I currently work for eHealth Africa. So eHealth Africa is a non-profit organization based in Kano that has built stronger health systems using data-driven solutions. So that's what we do. So I just want to talk a little bit about containers, maybe like right from the beginning. I know a lot of us know what container is all about, so let's just start from there. So when you look at container, right, we have different kinds of container services or platforms: Docker, Podman, LSC. Then which one again? Runc, Containerd, and so on, right? So by default, container runs with root privileges, right? So we still have a demo here. So we'll do that and see how we can look at the attack vectors, and then security, how you can do your container security scannings. So apart from like Podman, that doesn't actually by default, you don't execute or you don't run it by privileged user, right? So, but all other containers by default, once a user, right, is added to that group, to a Docker group, so you have that root privileges. So over here now we are going to look at what are namespaces, right? So namespaces allows the isolations of running processes, right? It's a feature that has been introduced in the Linux kernel for a very long time, maybe since 2002, right? So, and then just look at prior to namespaces, you already have something like chroot, so which stand for change root or change directory, that actually helps isolate a user right into one specific directory, right? So for example, if you create an account on your systems, you can actually limit that user to that specific location. So what it means, if you actually limit a user using chroot to one specific directory, right, they can't actually escape out of that directory. They can't actually write to another directory, right? So, but with namespaces, right, even before namespaces, around 2002, there's this BSD, right? We are all familiar with BSD, Berkeley Software Distribution OS, that actually implemented something called jail, right? So what jail does is similar to what Docker does now, right? But the advantages of Docker, it has package application, right? In portable way, you can actually save and push to a repository. You can pull, you can export as a tar file, right? Import as well. So, but with FreeBSD jail, you know, it also helps in isolating, right? It isolates processes, right? What it means, like if you look at your Android devices, for example, right? We are just talking about security in general. Each application runs its own user ID. For example, Facebook app actually has its own user ID. Then maybe like Twitter app also has its own user ID, right? So what it means, Facebook account, or maybe like if you have access to Facebook, it can actually write to that specific other user, right? So that's what namespaces are. So then we also have C groups as well. So it's also another features as well that also limits CPU, RAMs, and so on, right? So that's what it's also, that's what its limit as well. So prior to that as well, so we have trust that. So I think I just my own talks is actually more of a demo because I really don't like speaking with that, actually doing more of a demo. So I think we can just look at that. So for example, sorry. So if you have any complaint, maybe we can just start with this. It's my screen, or maybe I can just increase my screen. How is it now? Is it something you can see, or should I increase? Is it okay? Okay, white. All right. Let me see preferences. I think it's under profile, right? Test. What is this? Let me see. Let me see terminal. Maybe if I can see front. Okay. How is it? Is it okay? All right. So apologies for that. So most especially, I really don't like, so I just prefer something, hands-on. Then maybe we can just explain. So maybe along the way, if you have any questions, so you can just ask me. So, okay. So I have a server now. So I've already spin off a server. So we can just actually use a demo for it and see how we can do our container security as well. So why I explain as well on the security implementation or how you can do things more better in order to avoid any of your security or any of your container, being vulnerable or, being exploited. So join localhost, that's the name of the server. All right, okay. So I think sometimes when you look at like container security, okay, so there's these options that, okay, when you are running a container, what you can just do is just limit the processes, right? Maybe like set the limit of maybe like processes that runs in those containers, right? That kind of things, maybe like RAMs. I hope you understand. Maybe like if your host system, let's say you are running it on just on your host, right? Maybe like if the host is maybe like 16 gig or 8 gig RAM, so you can just, okay, as some of the recommendations that is going to be given, you can just limit it to maybe like 1 gig to that specific container instead of just not limiting it, and then the container can actually take as much space as it wants, right? So do you guys really understand exactly what I'm trying to explain? Should I go on? Is this really making sense? All right. So over here now we are going to look at, okay, do you really need to limit resources on your systems or on your container? For example now, let's make a demo now. Sorry. Okay. I'm coming. Let me see if I, okay. All right. So prior to that, oops. I think, sorry. Let me just copy this. Don't expect this and. All right. So what do we do here now? Over here now, right? So we are running a container, right? Then we are running it in a detached mode, right? And then what are we doing? We are limiting the process IDs, right? To maybe like 6 or 7 or 8, right? Because in some things you can just say, okay, you can actually limit the resources, right? The process IDs. So what it means, right? Okay, in this container, maybe like, let's say this is an Alpine image or maybe like an Nginx application, right? You can actually limit it to that specific process. It's just going to run that Nginx processes, right? Or an Apache process. It shouldn't run more than that, right? So for example now, when you look at this now, for example, when you limit this, oops, what was this? Unknown flag. Okay, maybe PID. Oops. Okay. Let's see. PIDs dash limits. Oops. All right. So sorry. I think let me see. Yeah. So that's right command. Then there was wrong in what I put in. All right, let's see. Oh, invalid container port. Oops. Well, I didn't even specify a container port. So, all right. So, well, let me see the first previous command I pasted. What's the difference? Oh, all right. Okay, awesome. So, from over here now, let's see. So let's look at our, or let me just run maybe like a TMOS, a terminal emulator, right? So, which can allow us to split the screen. Control P %, right? Or let me just Control P. Oops, I hope I haven't closed it. Okay. All right. Sorry, I have this mic, so let me just drop it here. Or let me just, I thought maybe there's going to be. All right, so let's do Docker PS. All right, so can you see the container? No, it's too big, right? And then is there a way maybe if there's a smaller mic or something? I don't know. Maybe this best way, right? What? All right, someone is going to volunteer. All right, so let me see. Man, I really can't type much with two hands. All right, okay, so someone is coming over here. So I just want you guys to have an interesting session, right? So, all right, so let me just reduce this, okay? Coming. Okay. All right, okay, so we have our container run here now, about a minute, right? So when you look at this now, let's exec into this container. Oops, I'm too fast. Then, right. What was it saying? Connection is set by PS. Ah, man. So I think oops. All right. Okay, so we are currently in the containers now, right? So we can just run maybe like different processes now, let's say, or maybe like programs or whatsoever, ls, right, is going to spin. So for example, we can just make use of maybe like, let's see, sleep command now, maybe like 602, 60. Sorry. Okay, that's slept, right? Yeah, so let me see. All right, let me just copy this and paste this. All right, so from this can't fork resources, right, temporary unavailable, right? So and one of the things is because we've already limited the processes, right? So we limit it to 6, right? Then when you do maybe like PS us, or maybe like yeah, so coming, so we can actually make use of let's see, sorry, right, Docker start. All right, so over here from the Docker start now, so we can see the actual limits of each process ID. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. Does it make sense? Should I go on? Okay, all right, awesome. So you can actually limit your resources, right? This is like, when you look at it a lot, or some people usually give recommendation of limiting the resources of your containers, right? But actually, even at this stage now, you can also see that it has some limitations, right? For example, when you limit it to maybe like 20 or 30, at the end of the day, maybe like some processes you need to create another child processes, right? But the issue is you've already limited the PIDs, right? The process ID on what it can actually do. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. So does this actually solve that issue? Maybe or maybe not, right? All right. So, so for now, what I just want us to look at now is okay. So prior to that, now let's see when you create let's say this file now, for example, maybe like okay, so this is a user account, right? Or let me just create another user account, then we'll just do a demo. For example, a user account that doesn't have any privileges, right? For example, just let me just what's the name? Okay, all right. So let's add a user called Rashid, right? Oops, SU dash Rashid. All right, so let's give it a partial. All right, SU. Oops. Okay, yeah. So cd/home. All right, so let's just leave it over here now, for example, or let's just go to temp, right? Okay. So this ID, right? Can you see? Do you guys see? So this is this user I just created now. Can you see the privileges it has and which group it belongs to? Right? So this is user Rashid, right? He only has his own user ID, the group ID, and then the groups as well, called Rashid, right? No any other privileges as well. I hope you guys exactly understand exactly what I'm trying to say, right? Nothing else, nothing more, right? So over here now, we are going to do a demo now. So how we can actually escalate a privileges now from this ordinary Rashid user, right, to a root account user that can actually overtake a systems. I hope you understand that has that root privileges to do more things, right? And then, so for example, now when you look at this root Rashid now, so what we can actually do now, for example, is it doesn't belong to the right. I hope you understand exactly what I'm trying to say, because it's not in the Docker group now. So okay, now let's add him to the Docker group. Yeah. So sorry. User mode. Okay. Let's just come over here for now. All right. So can you see the user group this Rashid belongs to? Can you see? All right. So can this let's say user actually write maybe like to a root directory? I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to do, right? Was it permission denied, right? But what happens is actually on this only Docker group, Docker group, right? That's the only account he has now. Okay, so how about now, this user actually created a mount file now. I hope you understand exactly what I'm trying to say. There's a mount file now to maybe like any directory outside where he has. Then he mounted that directory now to a Docker container. Do you guys really understand exactly what I'm trying to say? I hope you guys understand exactly what I'm trying to say. Okay, so that user actually mounts, right? He mounts his account, or maybe like mounts a directory, right, on the systems to a Docker container. Will he be able to access or modify that file? Yes or no? Yes or no? Okay, all right, so let's see. So, run, let's see. CTMP. Oh, sorry, I'm too fast. Right, so I'm coming, which, so, do you guys understand exactly what's happened here? Do you guys understand exactly what's happened here? Yes or no? So I can actually just repeat. Do you understand exactly what actually happened here? Or I should just repeat? Okay. So over here now, we are actually just talking about Docker security, right? Everything about Docker security, right? So as you can see, this just user we created, actually this user ID, right? Rashid. It just belongs to which group? Just this Docker group, right? No any other privileges. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say, right? No any other privileges, right? So for example, maybe like in a security or maybe like in, okay, for example, what are we trying to actually even achieve in these talks in order to avoid container security, right? To actually have the least privileges, right? In order to avoid what? Container breakout. In order to ensure the actual container, this container we created, doesn't have much access than what it actually needs or what it actually requires. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. For example, you have an Nginx container or maybe like Apache or, you know, Postgres or whatever container you have. It shouldn't have much resources or much access. I hope you understand. Because that's the reason we have this container, right? Namespaces and what? C groups. In order to what? Limit and isolate resources, file systems, network, memory. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say, right? So, as a normal user now, for example, this Rashid, just help me, sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah. So this user now, for example, now, as you can see, what's happened here over here now, we actually just mount, right? The host part. I hope you guys understand. We mount it to maybe like another part, right? On the system, on the container, right? But what actually happened now, we are able to write, right? We are able to delete. I mean, we have access to that file. On a normal, we don't supposed to have that access to a host system. I hope you understand. So it means this container now can do other things on the host systems, right? And these are what we are doing, what we are trying to avoid, right? I hope you understand. So this is another way now, as you can see, right? So it means, for example, you are as a systems engineer or maybe like you are the one in charge of your infrastructure in your systems, right? So at the end of the day, maybe like you are thinking of, okay, the least privileged user, right? We have another user, maybe like DevOps account, right? That is going to be used for anything related to pipeline deployments, code deployments, and so on, right? You are not going to give it root account. But the user actually has a user account, then belongs to a Docker group. I hope you understand now. So you are thinking, okay, since this user actually has a Docker, it belongs to a Docker group, it can only create a container, right? Nothing else. Because it can't go to root folder, it can't modify any file, right? It can't delete account. I hope you understand. It can't change SSH access. So it means anybody that can actually do this now, you can be able to kick out the admin from the server. Do you guys understand exactly what I'm trying to say? Because the admin also wants to just do sudo I, right? You escalate your privilege. You are the one to add SSH. You are the one to, what do I say? Create accounts, password reset, delete user account. So you've already escalated your privilege now, right? What do you do next? You kick out the admin. Then at the end of the day, what do we achieve at the end of the day? Because the container actually is what? Isolated what? Environments, right? That actually is, so in this way now, so I hope you guys will understand this process now, right? So this is one of the security challenges we have now, right? It's a feature, right? But apart from maybe like Docker and some other, what's it called? Other maybe like container platforms and so on, like Podman actually doesn't have this, what's it called? It's actually run with the rootless, right? There's rootless container, right? So while we're on that as well, so we have different ways in which containers can be compromised, right? So one of them is vulnerable Docker image. So I know a lot of us usually pull a lot of image from Docker Hub. We are actually looking at the simplest and easiest way, right? Maybe like, okay, a Laravel application has been set up. It's on Docker, right? Maybe like with Docker Compose, everything is already been there. We don't even want to check how this guy wrote it. We just want to pull the image and ensure our code runs there, right? Because you are the one that has to start dealing with dependencies, right? PHP versions, maybe like call, you know, and so on, right? So all you just have to do is just pull their images, right? So, but the thing about those images, sometimes they can be very intentional. Maybe someone can just backdoor those images, right? As you run it, it has access to those containers, and from there, from that container, what did it do next? Break out of that containers and then have access to the old systems where you can be able to see all of your running containers, right? And another one can actually be maybe like a zero-day vulnerability. What it means, nobody actually knows the vulnerability exists, just like shell shock, log4j shell, and then lots of RCs that have actually been out there, so nobody actually knows. So it can also be unintentional as well. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm saying. So another one, as I said, is a backdoor images. For example, that's one of the reasons sometimes companies actually prefer to write their own container from scratch, right? Using, they said, distroless, right? Alpine is distroless, but we are coming to that. Then another one as well is an insider attack. For example, this demo we just do now is going to be an insider attack, right? You gave me an access to a SSH, log into the server. I found out, okay, I can't do anything much. It's just the Docker group I belong to. Then from there, you guys know what exactly to do, right? You can escalate your privilege to a root account. Okay. So then the next thing we are going to look at, example of a vulnerable image, right? So we have RCE, right? Remote code execution, right? So these are kind of vulnerability that doesn't need an interaction, right? Within you, maybe like as a user or maybe like an admin. I hope you guys understand to click on that link or something, right? So what actually happens is just between the attacker and the server directly, right? So there's this vulnerable shell shock image we are going to have a look at now. So then we are going to look at the demo about it as well. So for example, you can just look at shell shock, or you can just Google shell doc image. Yeah. Shell shock. All right, Docker image. Let's see over here. All right. So over here now, prior to that, let's look at this now. Let's say you run this. Let me exit out of this. Yeah, sorry. All right, so okay, 8080. I'm not sure I have a for 8080 because it's on AWS. Okay. All right, so we are on this variable image now. So this is a kind of sample in order for us to be able to demonstrate how this attack works, as you can see. So from here now, right, anybody with a, what's it called now, can actually, let me see here. Okay, yeah. Okay. So this is the exploit with one liner, right? What this shell shock does, right? It's a vulnerability that actually been discovered, I think from 2017 or so, but it has been in a very long time. So it affected GNU or GNU Bash up to version 4.3, right before it's been discovered and actually been fixed. I hope you guys will understand. So this is just being exploited with an environmental variable in Bash. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. So then actually being discovered, right? So this is an RC that actually you can actually, for anybody actually, if the version or the container or the server actually runs that kind of version of Bash, right? So we are going to do a demo now, and then you can see how actually this works. So, and that's one of the reasons now it now comes to distro or distroless, right? We all know distros, right? Linux distributions, flavors, right? Red Hat base, CentOS, Fedora, Rocky Linux. We have the Debian base, Ubuntu. Which one again? Where are they now, guys? Eh? SUSE. SUSE is another distribution as well. SUSE Linux. We have OpenSUSE over there. We have Arc, right? Black Arc. Where are the DevOps now? Distributions, please. What? Kali fall under Debian base. Parrot falls under Debian. CentOS under Rail base. All right, so those are distros, right? Distros. Then we have, they just come up with another word called distroless, right? Distroless. It means what? Doesn't have distros. Well, it's might or it might not. Like, for example, we have this one we call Alpine, right? Alpine image. So what does this Alpine image does, right? It's a kind of tiny bits image, right? What it uses is just the Linux kernel, right? It doesn't use any of the GNU or GNU core utils. Like, what are they called? GNU or core utils? GNU or GNU? Please. GNU core utils now. Where are the system guys? Ops. Okay, something like GCC, right? That's the GNU C compiler, right? Or C++ compiler. We have which one again? So the libc and so on, right? Doesn't come with that. So instead of that, it's implemented what's BusyBoss, right? So the LS, in order for it to be very, very minimal. As you can see, even the whole Alpine image, I think it's about maybe like 110, right? Or 115 MB for the size of the image. Or don't you guys notice it? The size of the image is not really that much, right? It's very, very small. So that's the reason we call it, they said it's distroless, right? And that's one of the reasons this shell shock vulnerability doesn't affect it, right? Because it doesn't have the bash. I hope you all guys understand. It's implemented what? SH. That's a simple shell. I hope you guys really understand exactly what I'm trying to say, right? Okay, so let's just do a demo on this now, on this shell shock vulnerability and see. So it means if anyone, actually for this my server now, if I'm running maybe like any container, I hope you guys understand that's actually vulnerable to this, right? To this shell shock vulnerability, right? I'm running this particular container, right? So it means from your own system now, without the need of doing anything, running over this code means you can actually do a lot of things on my own systems, on the server. I hope you guys understand exactly what I'm trying to say, right? So with this now, let me see. Let me just open test edit. Let me see some online notes. Oops. Alright, so let me just replace, either the post can just be there or it can just be left out, still doesn't matter. Alright, so join localhost, and then, alright, so this is the bash command now. What are we doing over here? So we are trying to view the cat EC pass WD. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. Alright, so let's copy this and then alright, so outside over here, let me see. Alright, so operation, that's some issue with Mac. Let me see. Alright, so Oops, I'm coming. Okay, oops, I think it's existed. I'm coming. Since this system's kind of slow again, I didn't shut down. All right, so let me see. Oops, I think it's even disconnecting. What's the problem? Did I even run the container? Well, so maybe you can just look at it, man, because, okay, just hold on. Yeah, it's running. Because, all right, so it's just quit. Anyways, so while we are there now, okay, so let's look at another way again, another privilege escalation as well. I hope you guys really understand exactly what I'm trying to say. So the first demo we did was actually user can actually write, right, to a root file system, right? So how would you be able to do a privilege escalations now? Do you guys know, or is there anyone who doesn't know what privilege escalation is? So what privilege escalation means, right, for a least user account, and that's what we are trying to protect, right? A least user account with a least privilege account, right? To escalate its privilege to a root account. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. If you have a root user account, then you already have the system, right? You are the administrator of the system, so you can do whatever things you want to do, right? Install backdoor, right? And so on, right? So these are things we are trying to avoid, right? So either in container, either you are using Docker, or maybe like you are writing it in a Kubernetes manifest file. There are security options you need to check in. So for this now, let's do a demo on a privilege escalation now to see how you can actually escalate your privilege, right, from this under user account to a root user account. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. So let's do this demo now. So while you're on that, if you have any questions, or I'm too fast, you know, so you can just let me know. All right, so please help me. All right. So thanks to this guy. So there's this demo called root your Docker host in 10 seconds for fun and profit. So let's look at it. So I think, so by 2:30, so I need to round up, man. So okay, so let me quickly actually, you know, I'll be very fast. So maybe after that, if you have any questions or something, you can just quickly let me know. Okay, so let's look at this now, right? Oops. So I'll be really be very fast over here, okay? Let me see to this guy. Okay, so I can actually write to this. All right, okay. So over here now, let's call this, or maybe, sorry, localhost, cd localhost, nano docker file. All right, so these are the files we just need to put over here. All right, this is the root shell.c. Root shell.c. And then we have this root shell. All right, so we have these files. All right, so let's compile this shell file now. gcc root shell-o root shell. Oops. Okay. lsmv root shell. All right, so then I think the next thing is just for us to run our container. Let's see over here. Let me just okay, so over here now, let's run oops, let me see, mp root shell, file root shell, okay, cat docker file, okay, so dit, okay, so what we can just do is just let's build this file -t, let's say ALP, maybe latest, All right. So do you guys understand that what he saying? Roots.sh file does not exist. Okay, just hold on. Okay, so root.sh file. Okay. Nano root.sh. All right, so this image has been created. Docker run dash dit. Let's just put it like this. Dash name ALP, then dash ALP latest. All right, so coming. What I can just do over here is just hold on. So root shell. All right, so pwd sudo dash I. All right, I'm coming. Want to see? Yeah, so I'm coming. Yeah, so do you guys really understand exactly what's actually happening over here? Please, I hope I'm not really performing magic or something. What? Okay, so what we are trying to achieve right here, right? So this guy actually found a way, right? Root your Docker host, right, in 10 seconds. So you can just actually look at this now. So what it does was, there's a simple C file, right? So when you compile it, and then there's a shell file as well, right? And a Docker file as well, right? So you are going to compile the C file, right? So from there, you are going to run that file, right, with a Docker command, right? So what it does now, right, is escalate your privilege. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying. It escalates your privilege from a normal user account, right, to a root account, right? So these are some attack vectors we are looking at, and then we need to look at the security as well, right? So I think I have maybe like my session will be finishing soon, so maybe I just need to hurry up. Maybe if there are things, maybe I will just need to explain, right? So let me see. I think. All right, so in order to do that, so there are a lot of ways you can just improve your container security as well. Okay, thank you. So you can just actually use maybe like automated security assessment tools like Trivi by Aquasec. So anyone has used that before? Trivi by Aquasec. So it's a form of automated security tools you can actually use. And then most of this container registry like ECR, Docker Up actually has their own inbuilt security or vulnerability assessment test. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. When you upload an image to a Docker registry or Amazon ECR, there's this maybe like check for vulnerabilities. Have you ever noticed it before? Right? So when you click on it, it's going to do that automated test for you, right? So it's going to check, okay, this image is vulnerable or not, right? So, and as well, we can also look at how to avoid attacks as well, right? By implementing something like SendComp or AppArmor, right? As we know, SE Linux on its own is a Linux security feature, right? That actually helps you to do more within the security, within the systems, right? Unlike all these AppArmor and SendComps, they are just all, they are policy. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. It's a policy that you can set, a user should do this and a user should not do this, or container, right? So I also have a demo to actually explain that as well, but I think I don't have much time. So, all right, so that's the demo for me. Then do you have any questions? I hope it's really not too technical, you know. I'm really sorry anyway. So if it's really too technical, so I just want to do a demo and then, so you guys can understand. Okay, all right, so go on. Okay, all right. So I think maybe I'll share it and then, okay, so questions? All right.
Hello, everyone. Thank you, Shehu, for your wonderful talk. Sorry for the security people amongst us. I'm not a big fan of security. My biggest depressing period of my life has to do with dealing with security people. And it was more of like a DevSecOps team, and I was more of a DevOps engineer.
Yeah.
And I had senior security engineers that were kind of frustrating. So now you've given us like a demo of how this thing works, and in like a shifted left philosophical kind of work environment.
Yeah.
We want developers, not just DevOps engineers, to think these kind of things, to know that this is how we should design. This is that they should put security first in all these things. And personally for me, even with my DevOps experience, working with security guys was frustrating for me.
Yeah.
So how do we as DevOps engineers or as SRE infrastructure engineers imbibe the culture of security from scratch for developers?
All right, so I think that's a great question. So, about maybe like years back, actually, I started my journey as a security engineer, penetration tester. So I was really interested in bug bounties. I don't know, maybe if you heard about bug bounties. So I found a couple of bugs in Trend Micro, and lots of websites actually as well. So that's what I've been doing. Then issues of Nigerian certifications and so on. So I just have to switch a career change. So the thing is, before when I work with developers, right, I have to start dealing with penetration testing after the product or after the services has been launched, right? I have to start dealing with penetration testing, checking the servers for vulnerabilities and so on. Then later on, we now start having DevSecOps, right? DevSecOps, actually, what do? They implement the security right from the pipeline code, right? As the developers actually commit the code into the repository, the pipeline actually triggers, right? It triggers into automate the deployment, right? So from there, you can now start looking at all these automated, these open source or paid services like SonarQube. Anyone has used SonarQube before? Awesome. Okay, so implement it into SonarQube, something as SAST, right? Static analysis and security tools. There's this DAS, dynamic, thank you, yeah. So you implement that as well. So those are right from the beginning, right from the source code review, right? Maybe you implemented a function that has been duplicated, right? Or how these are done, right? That's another aspect as well. So, the problem with security, you have to deal with everything, right? In order not to get compromised, right? So, and then there are a lot of actual different ways, or you are thinking of how you can actually improve your security, right? You have to implement it in every aspect, from the pipeline to the applications, right? After everything has been deployed, penetration testing again as well. So that's it. So you can just start from anywhere, actually, yeah. So any questions? Okay.
Okay. Yeah, so speaking about your application in already running and everything in Docker, how do you continuously check that this is secure? Like something that has to do with runtime security.
Okay, so it depends actually who actually writes your Docker file. I hope you understand. Some developers, all they just do is just push the code, right? If it's a Laravel application or it's a Java Maven, it's a Spring Boot or whatever technology stack it is, it's left for the DevOps engineer as well to write that Docker file or Docker Compose. I hope you guys really understand exactly what I'm trying to say, right? So it's left for you to do that and then build and then push to a repository. So right from there now, exactly right. So it depends on which platform, right? Are you pushing it to maybe like an EC2 instances, right? Or you are using maybe like all these platforms like ECR. I hope you guys will understand when I do like this, right? ECR and then all these, what are they called? That actually runs your container from, so ECS, AWS Fargate, and so on, right? So it depends as well. So from the Docker file as well, you look at what to do, the difference between copy and add. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. copy and add, look at the difference, what's the problem with the security. Just search, there's a problem why you should use copy instead of add, right? Look at that. The user that is going to run, from the Docker file, you can actually specify a user. I hope you guys will understand. Look at the default user, okay? It's running, right? Okay. So you want to look at the vulnerabilities, right? Okay, so from that now you can actually look at penetration testing then. The application has already been live on production, right? Are you checking for the containers or you are checking for the application that has been deployed? Exactly. That's what I'm saying now. You are checking after the code has been deployed, right? You are checking at the code now, not the container now. The problem now is not from the container, right? Or does that answer the question? Or maybe we can just speak on that, right? Maybe I'll... Okay. Yeah, so there are a lot of all these tools actually that actually even check it maybe like layer by layer, right? That actually breaks the containers into layer by layer. So I think one of the easiest way, or no, before running into an orchestrator, just start looking at the container right from there. I hope you guys will understand exactly what I'm trying to say. Run it as a single container before you run it into an orchestrator like Kubernetes or Docker Swarm. I hope you understand exactly what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so questions? Okay, yeah. Okay, rootless containers?
This is the last question, guys.
Okay,
please.
so I think there's
Last
already an adoption, right? I think it's just something designed by default, right? Apart from Docker, I think there are other containers as well that actually does that. So apart from Podman, so if you just come, maybe you meet a lot of DevOps engineer, you come over Docker and Podman, you see a lot of people more into Docker than Podman, right? So I don't know, but I think Docker has already started implementing that feature as well. There's something called rootless now. If you just search rootless on Docker Hub, the feature has been introduced now. Yeah. So, I think that's all.
Can we clap for show, please? So, guys, if we all decide to ask all the questions, we will keep other people waiting. So, the speakers are here till end of the event. We also have a session where you can ask them your questions, get their contact, DM them on Twitter or on Instagram to ensure that you are satisfied with the questions you ask them and the answers they provide. So for now, we would be going on a lunch break. Those here, there's a room where we had our breakfast. We can go there. Lunch is already set there, and yeah, just we will be there for I think 20 minutes tops. Let's just go have lunch. By 3 p.m. on the dot, we will be back here for the remaining parts of the conference. Thank you very much, guys. Shout out to the guys in YouTube. We see you people. People can also go and eat in your houses. Thank you, guys. So there's lunch here. Also, please don't forget.
All right, all right. How's everybody doing? Everybody had a good lunch? You already talked about it, soft plantains, nice jollof rice and everything. Our job now is to put you guys to sleep like in the quickest time possible. So everybody's full. I don't think it should be a huge effort from us. But yeah, a quick throwback to what Andrew mentioned earlier. He brought up a very good point that we as engineers, very often we jump at an opportunity to do something and focus on the how and just get our hands dirty and our feet wet with the latest technology and the latest framework and the latest anything that tech can offer, that we sometimes forget to focus on the why, right? And it's hard to understand why you're doing something unless you're asking the right people the right questions. And that is where SLOs come in, because they enable you to shift left by focusing on what matters most to your users and turning that information that your users give you and the information that you have from your systems into interesting and meaningful conversations that you can use to improve your reliability, to improve how your system, 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 how your system. I got a nice song going over there. Okay, so who am I? That was supposed to be a Brazilian flag over here, but it didn't get rendered. So my name is not Marcelo, it's just Marcelo. And I'm an SRE engineer. I work with Uzziah, I work with Dio, and we all work on Andrew's team. And that picture is me in the São Paulo airport, flying over where I met that guy. Does anyone know who that guy is? No? Yeah, bummer. He's a Brazilian tennis legend. Like, he used to play way back in the day with Andre Agassi, and he won a few Grand Slams. So I was psyched when I saw him at the airport. I was like, dude, then you got a grown man, almost as tall as he is, going, hey, dude, let me take a picture, let me take a picture. But he was really nice about it, too. This is, yeah, his name is not that. It's just Uzziah Aye. He's your very own Niger boy and co-worker of mine. Uzziah is going to do the later half of the talk with me. Do you want to say what's up? No mic. I'll lend you mine.
Oh, thank you, thank you. It's good, it's great to be here. Niger boys, Niger guys, girls, ladies, gentlemen, can I hear your voice? Woo! Yeah, so I'm a Niger boy, I'm from Port Harcourt, and the last time I was in Lagos was like 10 years ago, and it feels great to be here, to be giving this talk with Marcelo. I work with him based in Canada, and yeah, I'm really hyped to be here. Let's see how we can turn one of the, should I say this? Say it. One of the most boring topics in SRE into something that you don't go to sleep for the next, like, half an hour. So thank you.
If you go to sleep in 40 minutes, it's fine. We'll have beaten our SLO. So that's our target. So as you can probably tell, unlike Andrew, my accent is the different one anywhere I walk in, because I'm Brazilian. If I'm talking to Canadians, Nigerians, Americans, British, wherever I go, I don't have that problem. My accent will always, 100% of the time, be the different one. So if you don't understand anything I'm saying, I'll probably not speak too fast, but if my accent is too weird, I apologize. I have no other recourse around that. All right, so service level objectives. After a few rounds of doing SLO and error budget work with some teams at Dapper Labs, I realized that I didn't really have answers to some important questions that people had. Like, engineers, while doing the work, are going through the process of defining SLOs and establishing the error budgets and walking them through what to do whenever something went wrong and their error budgets got depleted. They would ask me questions that I didn't really know how to answer, because when I came in, there was already a bit of a framework, and the design work behind the implementation that I was handed off to carry out had already been done by a very well-intentioned and smart group of engineers, but it wasn't really hitting the spot with the engineers that were part of that work. Right, and I thought SLOs aren't new, right? They've been around, people have been doing it. Google even has a book about it. So someone else smarter than me probably has something that I can use to improve my knowledge. And that's when I came across this book, Implementing Service Level Objectives by Alex Hidalgo. And in this book, I found answers to many of the questions that the teams and I had. And in this talk, we're going to talk about some of the advices, and Josiah and I are going to throw in a few personal experiences that we had in the hopes that you can learn from our mistakes, and we can't recommend reading this book enough, right? So if you take anything from this talk, is that this book contains a lot more than what can be covered in a 30-minute talk. So do get it if you can. You'll be all the happier for it. What we're going to talk about today is we're going to do a little bit of thinking about reliability. Then I'm going to talk about the different components of the reliability stack. Then Josiah is going to do a little bit of error budgets, talk about measuring and alerting, and then take us home with SLO culture. Okay, so reliability. I think everyone agrees that reliability is, if not one of the most important characteristic of a system. But when we think about reliability, when we say reliability, the first things that come to mind are usually availability and uptime, right? A reliable service is always up, so if it's up, it's reliable. But it doesn't always work like that. A reliable system, on top of being available, it needs to have quality, responsiveness, dependability, and many other characteristics that could be specific to the systems you're working with, to the systems that you're ensuring are reliable to your customers and to your users. It doesn't matter if the service is up, but it's serving the wrong data, or if it's up, but it's slow to respond, or if it's down for a little bit during the day or a little bit during the month, but the time when it's down is the most important time that it shouldn't really be down. So it's not really reliable in that sense. The first and most important advice that I got from the book, and if you go away with nothing else from this talk, go away with this. It's your users that define your system's reliability, right? It's not the number of nines, it's not what your boss says, it's not what Andrew says, it's not what the smart overachieving engineer in your team says, right? It's your user. So that's probably a good line for you to tweet and get a t-shirt. So I'll give you an excuse to use your phone if you're going to tweet that. So on top of that, we don't really have to be available 100% of the time. Like 100% reliability really is a pipe dream. Nothing is 100% available, and people are okay with it, right? When you use your internet phone, your phone internet, when you use your internet at home, when you use whatever bank systems, everyone has had an experience with like a bank system being unavailable, or Google throwing a fit every now and then, and that doesn't make us necessarily just quit on Google or just change banks because your banking system was down for a little while. So it's okay. People know to expect systems not to be 100% available, and you shouldn't try to strive for it either. The secret is in finding that sweet spot where your users are happy enough so that you can focus the rest of your time, instead of trying to make your system 100% reliable, work on features that are going to wow your customers some more. Right, that's an interesting quote from the book too. Reliability is a conversation with our users, our infrastructure, systems and services as we try to deliver value. So that's all it's about, making sure your users are happy, and when they're happy, it means your system is reliable enough. You don't need to work on reliability, you can ship features. If they're unhappy and your system is failing too often, then you should stop delivering features and making sure people are happy and ready to experience the new features, and focus on reliability. Now, this is an interesting table that you can, there's a website called uptime.js, and you can type in what your uptime target is, and it will tell you like how long, how much time you have, what the allowed number of minutes or what the allowed downtime is for the different targets. Right, so we have for 99, if you want a system that's 99% available, it means that it can be down for 14 minutes and 24 seconds a day, and then that multiplied by 4, and by 4 you get up to 7 hours monthly. And we go the usual route of 99%, 99.5, 99, and then 4 nines, just to give you an idea of how much additional commitment you need to put in to your system reliability as you just tack more nines in front of your availability target. Most of us are probably around this neighborhood, 99.99, unless you're Google or the Lecky Conservation Center, you shouldn't really worry about having too many nines. Like for the canopy walk in the Lecky Conservation Center, the number of people that make through the canopy walk alive, I want as many nines as we can get in that SLO. But unless you're them, it's okay. You don't need to have that many nines, and it's not gonna, probably not gonna make your users happier going from 99.9 to 99.999, and it will give you a lot more headache. Imagine this. Being 99.9% available means that in a week, if an incident happens, your engineer, your on-call engineer, has 10 minutes to be woken up in the middle of the night, find their glasses, put their clothes on, go to the computer, sit down, and do the entire debugging, troubleshooting, and fixing the issue. Right, so as much as 99.9% availability is nice, it looks good, not really like that achievable, or if achievable, it's gonna give you it's gonna take some work, right? It's gonna be hard. Okay. Now that we have a little bit of an understanding of what reliability is and how uptime is measured, the next thing that the next tool that the book gives you to carry out these conversations about reliability is the reliability stack. The reliability stack will help you get to work prioritization based on observations about your user experience. And we start with the service level indicators, which is just the data we collect from user interaction with our systems, and we do that. Someone mentioned earlier, probably one of the remote talks, Grafana and Prometheus. These are usually interesting tools for you to collect metrics and create your SLIs, and then we establish the target performance for those SLIs, which are basically our SLOs, and built upon the SLOs, we have the error budgets, which is what Uzziah will talk about in a minute, which are just tools to guide us as we have these conversations with our teams and try to understand our user happiness and our user behaviors. Right, so these are just tools that we use. The first one, and the one at the bottom, the basic foundation block of all of this, is the service level indicator, which is the equivalent of your key performance indicators. You can't have meaningful SLOs or error budgets if you have bad SLIs. Phone going off. Good SLIs, they will help engineers determine what constitute an actual emergency. Right, so SLOs and SLO-based alerting and even plain monitoring-based alerting are very useful to wake people up in the middle of the night to deal with emergencies. And we need good SLIs so that we don't wake people up for nothing. Right, so it's important that we put a lot of work into understanding what the user journeys are, that we focus on the complex interactions between our users and our systems, and don't just fire off alerts because CPU usage is 95%. or something, right? I don't care how much CPU my system is using. If it's not affecting our users, don't wake me up at 3 a.m. because of it. I can come in tomorrow morning and maybe have a look. But it's also a maybe, because if the users aren't being affected, we shouldn't really care that much. And if there's other work that will make our users' lives better, we can probably focus on that instead of just going off trying to find things that aren't affecting anyone in reality. So yeah, high CPU and high error rates are good indicators to help you find issues when the issue is actually affecting your user, but not enough to wake people up in the middle of the night. Our SLIs should be focused on user journey. So the example that I have here is if you have a system that lets people buy things, like the ability of a user to complete a purchase is infinitely better to be used as an SLI than the amount of CPU usage that system is using. If the users can't buy the thing, you're in trouble. If CPU is being overused, nah, who cares? I'll look at it tomorrow or next week. Right, so good SLI will help answer as much of the following questions as possible. Is the service up? Is the service available? Is it responsive? Is it responsive? And are the responses correct? Like, one thing to go from a plain monitoring mindset to a user journey based SLI definition mindset is that your user journey isn't made of a single metric, or the metric isn't made of a single specific, isolated measurement that you want to take. Like an error rate could be considered as part of an SLI, but the error rate in isolation won't tell you much of anything because it's not part of a user journey. So you need to have more context in your SLIs before they can be used to create SLOs with. So a good SLI that you would put together would probably be something like the 95th percentile of requests to a service will be responded to with the correct data within 500 milliseconds. So that answers more questions than just error rate or CPU usage or just latency by itself. On top of the SLIs, we have SLOs. And SLOs are the service level objectives, and they are targets or range of values that we can use as targets for an SLI given a specific time frame. Now, the only difference between an SLO and an SLI is that you have a threshold that you want to monitor whether your measurements go above or below it, and it's bounded by a specific time frame. They can be a week, they can be a month, they can be 90 days. Josiah will talk more about picking a good time horizon for your SLO. So complex systems, they're fallible, right? Like we talked about before, things break. And it's okay, we already said that it's okay if they break. It's important information for us that the users are unhappy with that frequency of it breaking. Then we try to target that level, that threshold, where if it breaks more than that, users will stop using our systems, they will stop giving us money. And if it's erroring below that threshold, it's fine, we can focus on delivering new features and new things for the users, for the customers. One important thing when defining your SLO is that we, as humans, we expect the future to look like the past. Right? So if you have a system that doesn't really need to have 99.99% of uptime, but you, being the awesome, brilliant engineer that you are, you put together a system that has that uptime, but you don't need it to be, but it delivers that much uptime, people will start relying on that threshold of availability from your system. And even if you have an SLO, even if you have an SLA that says, this service will be 99% available, but it delivers 99.99% availability, people will start depending on that. So having a target set to a value that lets you confidently experiment and try new things and maybe even induce intentional downtime to your service is important. It's important that you try your best to stick with the threshold, with the availability target that you put together. Otherwise, people are going to start expecting your system to behave not as you're promising, but as it's actually behaving, and that might bite you in the rear down the road. Right, so how do we put together a nice SLO target for our SLOs? One thing that we can use, like when I first started working with SRE, I went for averages on all metric calculations that I could get my hands on, right? And averages aren't really good calculations, aren't really good aggregations for SLO targets because you don't know, like you drop the long tails and you drop the really different measurements from whatever metric you're calculating from your view. You don't see it, so you don't know how much things are happening that are way different than the average. So it's usually interesting to use percentiles for that. And this is another quote from Charity Majors that I pulled off the book. Nines don't matter if your users aren't happy. You see, I'm really trying to hammer this point home. Talk to your users. The whole shifting left aspect of using SLOs is that you know what your users are thinking and you're putting together your reliability targets and defining whether you're going to do reliability work or feature work based on what your users are experiencing. So back to percentiles. We should use percentiles for our SLOs, and you also don't have to have a single SLO per SLI. So for a latency SLO, for instance, you could have two different SLOs for the same latency metric that says I want the 95th percentile of my requests to be handled within 2 seconds, 99% of the time, and then to factor in the long tail and set aside a different kind of work to address something that might be more long term. You might want the 99th percentile of your requests to be handled within 4 seconds, 99% of the time. So anything that takes longer than 4 seconds to be handled, you'll get another alert, or there will be another SLO and another error budget for it, but you can treat these different SLOs differently and give different priority for each. Like if this will be most of your users, so if this alert goes off, it means that your users are currently experiencing, that a good chunk of your users might be currently experiencing issues with your system, whereas the 99th percentile is the really long tail. You don't need to worry about it too much. All right, so let's say you did everything and you sat down with a group of engineers or with an engineer in the team and you put together this nice SLO and you're gonna, you know what to do with the error budget, but not everyone in the team is either on board with it or maybe they don't even know that you've been working on SLOs and this SLO-based initiative. How do you get that buy-in, right? I had an experience, the one that I mentioned earlier, in 2022 when we started rolling out those SLOs at Dapper Labs. And there were like maybe 1 or 2 engineers per team. There were 4 teams involved, and we had the same framework. We put together this formula for calculating error rate SLOs and latency SLOs and like gRPC handling SLOs and GraphQL request handling SLOs. And we just went into our monitoring system, pulled all the different gRPC methods, GraphQL mutations, GraphQL queries, and we rolled it out and we said, here's 500 dashboards with a bunch of panels. These are your SLOs, go do the SLO thing. And nobody cared. They had no involvement in putting them together. They didn't really map to user journeys. So it was quite a few weeks of wasted effort and of disappointment on my end, after having put on putting that much work into the thing, like having not been used, I was mad as hell. But then we focused on other things, time passed by, and one of the teams, the Dapper Wallet team, started understanding the benefits of having SLOs, and they started on their own implementing SLOs to their services based on user journeys, based on everything that we've been talking about here, without SRE involvement. And when they got to a point where they needed like dashboarding and alerting configuration help, they came to us, but it was clear, like to me as an SRE, that if the idea, even if the idea doesn't come up like as naturally as it did for that team, if your role as an SRE, as a DevOps engineer, because you're the people the teams will go to for help with these kinds of things, if you help them understand and just present to them the benefits of using SLOs, such as it will increase your team confidence because you know whether or not you have that little wiggle room to try something new, or if you should hold back on delivering new things for the time being, because it will affect user experience, and in the end, that's all we want, is to have users happy. Ops, SRE, engineering teams, no one's going to disagree with you on that. So if you can talk them, if you can convince the engineering teams to see the benefit and to get buy-in from them, everything happens much smoother and much quicker. So that, and there's other more specific advice that you can get from the book, but once people are convinced of the benefits, they will work with you and things are going to go a lot smoother. The one advice, I've been saying the one advice for 500 things now, but another one advice is that you start small and you iterate. Right, that was based on the experience I had at Dapper Labs. I didn't know 99% of the things I was creating SLOs for when we did that first initiative. So you're not looking for broad coverage. When you're starting with something like SLOs, pick one user journey or two, like go to the teams, ask them what the most important user journeys are for their services, focus on that one thing, get as many people as you can involved, understand the importance of that user journey to the user, understand the impact, the financial impact that having that service being unavailable has in the company, involve as many people as possible so everyone's on the same page, and use SLOs as the tool that it's meant to be used, as a communication tool between operations, between engineering, focused on the user. All right, so for the next few slides and to take us home, Mr. Uzziah Eye, starting with error budgets.
Whoa, thank you. Thank you very much, Marcelo. That was a great intro for me to get into error budgets. I'll try to go as fast as I can. Let's see. So, what are error budgets? Now, when you make a system reliable, you also have to plan for the time that it will be unreliable. To have something, like Marcelo said, 100% is almost impossible. That percentage of time that your system is unreliable, that's your error budget. Something came into my mind before I went on stage, and I was just thinking of an analogy on this. It's like the room you give to your engineers to break stuff, to innovate, and still be accountable to your customers. I remember, growing up here, and I had an error budget from my mom. It was a window, a kind of allowance that you had to do something wrong and not get disciplined for it. So I could get away with a lot of things if I had my error budget. And if I exhausted my error budget, I have to be very careful after that time. Like, you really have to like tread lightly, otherwise you get, punished for it. So there's a similar thing going on here. You could just say, if you have a 99.99% SLO, you're saying, I'm gonna be reliable 99.99% of the time. That means you're leaving room for 0.01% of the time to be unreliable. That's a big deal. It sounds small, but what if you leave room that is too small to innovate? What if you have too much room? That means you have less time to be reliable. We're gonna look into that. Next slide. So, to effectively talk about error budgets, we need to have really good terminology for this. If your error budget is a window, you can think of you using up that window of time. If it's a resource, you're using it up. Like if you have enough of it, you have a surplus. Makes sense. If you're using it up to the extent that you don't have anything left, you're trying to dig into time that you're supposed to be developing features to basically fix stuff, you're in a deficit. And as you keep using up your error budget, you're burning it. Now, if you get to a more reliable state, the more reliable state you get, your error budget is there for you, so you're recovering it. Those are the terminologies that I'm gonna be using. So, you just don't talk about, I'm gonna plan for when my service is unreliable without having a document in place to help you, and not only you, but the other teams that are collaborating with the process to know what to do when things happen to the error budget. This is called the error budget policy. You have to plan for, okay, if we're burning the error budget at this rate, what do we do? Do we just fold our hands and watch the process burn until we exhaust it? Or do we dedicate some resources to start getting more reliable? What happens when I get to 50% of my error budget? Do I halt the development of all new features and focus on getting that service as reliable as you can? Or maybe I just get the whole team to start working on it when it gets to 90% burn rate, 90% exhaustion in the error budget. You also need to account for things like an outage policy. What happens if accidentally your entire error budget gets used because something beyond your control happened? There was a time that the entire US Central 1, like US East 1 region got down because AWS got down, or like a shark bit into some optical fiber undersea cable. What are you gonna do about that? Will you halt all development because that actually used up the 15 minutes of error budget window you had in the week? So that's your outage policy. Now the error budget document deals with that. It has to be gradual. You don't just take a look at your SLOs and devise an error budget and say, this is what we're gonna stick to. Circumstances like I explained about the whole shark situation causing a downtime, well, maybe you didn't account for that. So now you modify your error budget policy to include that. Okay, let's go on. And I've been talking about time windows, like, in a week, how much time you're allowed to be down. It's really important to choose this carefully, because if it's too short, like Marcelo said previously, you will not be able to give the devs enough time to actually fix the situation. This also comes into when you determine that you're in a state of error. If the time window that you're recording, let's say you're recording events, you're saying, in a week, I'm only allowed to have, let's say, 20 requests to fail. Well, if you're rolling it over weekly, then you might get into a situation where events fail, but the time is too long for you to get the correct average. So you won't alert on it. A better example might actually be, if you're familiar with Kubernetes pods. Pods come in and out of existence all the time. You might want to have 90% availability of pods. And when a node goes down, all the pods in that node get recreated, rescheduled to another node. And this might happen in 2 minutes or maybe 1 minute. So if you're measuring unavailability over 5 minutes, you will never detect when pods go down, because by the 5 minutes window, they will already be up. But if your window is just 1 minute, you will constantly detect unavailability because they don't go back up until 2 minutes. So your window should not be too short or too long. It depends on your application. Okay, so how do you craft your error budget based on different kinds of things you want to monitor? I'll take a look at like event-based versus time-based. Sometimes it makes sense for you to base your error budget on events, like the number, for example. Let's say you're measuring requests that come into an ingress controller. The number of events that fail, let's say they get a 500 response over a certain period of time, might be very useful to you. Now, if you're measuring availability, the number of minutes in a week that the service is not available might be more useful to you. Now, availability SLOs, they are best suited for time-based. That just makes it's almost very intuitive. But latency SLOs are more suited for event-based. And the reason is that if you're measuring slowness, for example, and you're working with time-based SLOs, how do you determine the slowness of a request over a 1 week period? But if you're using event-based, you can determine like how many events were took longer than 95 milliseconds. So event-based SLOs are more useful. Event-based error budgets are more useful for latency SLOs. Next. So predictive. Okay. So going back to the policies, you also have to specify some important criteria for it, like who owns this error budget policy. If the error budget is not getting implemented, who's going to chase down and talk to the teams and try to get people to abide by it? If we're burning it up, who's going to make sure that everything is being looked into? You need to record the actions that have been taken. What did we do when we exhausted the error budget? What did we do not to exhaust the error budget? Those are all the some of the things that you need to look into. The phase response, I already mentioned that. If you're going to put in 50% of the devs in it, or if you're going to halt the whole thing, put the whole team in, needs to be in your policy. Next. Okay, predictive math. Now this is interesting because I was having a discussion with Marcelo, and he mentioned something that instead of saying when we burned the error budget up to this level, we should start doing this, instead you should look at the rate at which you're burning the error budget and try to predict when you will get to a point that is unacceptable. If you're constantly burning like 20% of your error budget every week, then you might say, hey, in the next 5 weeks we're going to get to 0, and that's unacceptable. So use math like that to help you devise the appropriate response to your error budget. And remember something, whatever you do, reality is very different from your prediction. The map is different from the territory. These things are there to help you, but remember you have to adapt to change as you put them in practice. That saying is very popular, like the map is different from the territory. Okay. So, good alert. I'm going to fly through this because we're almost out of time. The alerts that you make based on this error budgets being exhausted, they should give people enough time to fix them. They should not be too long that bad practices get introduced into the system because people feel comfortable that they can respond to them. So just make sure that your burn rates too, over static thresholds they are a bit concerning. I think dynamic thresholds are better in that regard, in that, if you make your errors to be over percentages, it's better than over static values, for example. Next. Okay. SLO culture. Marcelo already mentioned this. I'm not going to spend too much time in it, but start small. You can say I want my services to be up 99% of the time. That's a good start. Then when you get more, when you understand the service more, you can define something more concrete and say like the 95th percentile of all requests coming in should be serviced within 2 milliseconds, 99.99% of the time over 1 week. Now that's a mouthful, that's complex. Most people don't get to that point on their first try. So start small and use SLOs to drive conversations. If you're saying, let's build more features, let's work more on this stuff, then it should be through the SLO conversation. If you say, okay, we're burning up our error budgets, therefore we shouldn't build more features, we should focus more on making it reliable. That's a good way. And advocate for it. This doesn't come natural to most developers yet. Or to most organizations. There has to be a champion for this that says, guys, look, we need to integrate this SLOs, this reliability in our processes. And, okay. So, some of the good things you have in discoverability of SLOs, when you advocate for these things, you make them available to the organization. They need to be, people need to be able to find them. Stakeholders need to be able to easily go and say, this is the owner of this SLO, this is the person I meet, this is what this service does, and this is why I care about this objective. Define the terms in the service. For example, if you say, I want my checkouts to be successful, what does a checkout mean? You know, I had an experience at using one of the transfer apps in a bank, and it debited my account, but it ended with an error message. Does it mean that the checkout was successful because my account was debited, or does it mean that it was a failure? So those definitions are important. And then finally have dashboards that clearly show whether you're following this SLO or not. So we should have a dashboard that says, for example, this SLO is in good condition. That means this service is abiding by the reliability specifications that you've mentioned, or it's not. So non-technical people can look at it and go, oh, gee, we need to fix something. Also, if you break your SLOs, clearly show where you've broken that threshold, where you've extended your error budgets. You should have those information in there, and it makes life really easy for all the teams in the org. And that's it. Thank you very much.
We'll be hanging out in the back if anyone has questions or wants to chat with us. Sorry? Okay, you can ask questions if you have them. One at a time.
Okay.
Oh, we got 3 questions. Wow. How many people fell asleep during our talk? Show of hands right quick. 1, 2, 3.
That's a lot of questions.
I think we should, I would have said let's write our questions, but please, we have over 7 people that will be asking questions. Let's keep it short. Straight to your point, no stories, nothing. So yeah, let's get number 1.
All right, thank you so much. My question is, we've been talking about SLO, but then is it possible for us to measure SLO without having the SLA from the services that we are using? For instance, if we are using cloud, we are deploying our service into an external cloud service, probably a public cloud. So is it possible for us to have our own SLO without talking about the SLA of the company that we are deploying our service to?
You think I should take that? Yep. Okay. So the SLA is more like a legal agreement, like a service level agreement. Yeah. So it turns the company's internal SLOs to an external facing SLO, right? So if you're using your own if you're devising your own internal SLOs, you should base it on the dependencies that you have. Like if Google says we have an SLA of 99% availability, then your SLO that uses a Google Cloud product should not be higher than the SLA that Google gives you. So you should never have an SLO that is higher than your dependencies. Does that answer your question?
Cool, thank you so much.
Okay.
All right. Please, can you just speak to innovating, creating time, like error budget for innovation? And because I was just thinking about chaos engineering as you were speaking. So
Very good question. Sometimes your service is so reliable that, like Marcelo mentioned, people begin to take it for granted. They feel like it will never fail. And this happened to, was it the Google Chubby? Yes. So the service was so reliable, everyone thought it would always be 100% available. And one day it broke. And people that didn't build resilience into their service, like retrying requests, everything just cascaded and they failed. So the fix was to intentionally introduce downtime, chaos engineering, like you mentioned, to basically artificially cause an innovation/disruption window. So if you find yourself in that situation, please do make room for an innovation time. Does that answer your question? Okay.
Thank you very much.
Hi. So, okay, no preamble. Talks like this, I find them very theoretic. I mean, everybody reads the Google SRE book. It's always sounds so philosophical, and sometimes we get lost. So I just want us to talk a bit about tooling, right? Apart from Prometheus, Grafana, maybe Google Cloud Operations, CloudWatch, AWS, what tools do we use for this? And like, I know, I mean, this is a topic that you probably don't have the time to exhaust here. Just wanted to know, like, a few of the major tools and some of the things that you think any serious company should have.
Well, I don't know how serious Dapper Labs is. You can talk to our director later. It might give you a better sense. But we at Dapper Labs, we use the Grafana stack. We use Prometheus and we use Grafana Cloud. And like, so far, I haven't seen the need to use anything more advanced than the features that they give us. But the main thing, like the main message of this talk, and I think if you pick up this book to read, it's slightly different than the Google SRE book, whereas it goes into some specific details of like how to use more complex math to deal with things like measurements that are too sparse from one another and how they can affect your error budget. But the technology that the SLO-based approach to reliability delivers to you is not like a computer technical thing. It's a framework for talking with your team and understanding your customers to drive better prioritization in your teamwork, like focusing on reliability versus focusing on feature delivery. So the tools, if you're using the Grafana stack, I think you're fine. You should probably focus more on understanding what the users expect, what makes sense to them, and what will either drive them to be happy with your system or to be pissed off and use another competitor. So that's the biggest thing that SLOs give you, is a framework to have those kinds of conversations. And I really don't know of any other technical tool that you can use to help that. It's a human thing rather than a bleeding edge technology thing.
Yeah, I was just gonna add to that. Yeah, it's a framework. It's a more like a way of thought. But practically, in Dapper Labs, we have Terraform modules, for example. Every service that we make, we have a Terraform provider for, say, Grafana, that spins up this whole dashboard, sets alerts on it, and that if the threshold gets crossed, that dashboard is connected to PagerDuty, and PagerDuty is connected to Slack. So you can get notified when an SLO is broken. Like you deploy a service using our Terraform stack, everything automatically gets connected, and you get an alert when a violation occurs. Does that help?
Thank you very much, Josiah. Thanks, Marcelo. That's 3. I'm coming. So 7.
Yeah, okay, so I'd like to ask, correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like for SREs, the focus is more on production. So if there is an error that is causing downtime, so as an SRE, how do you go about fixing this error? So, and I would also like to ask that, if the error is coming from probably code, are you going to fix it yourself, or you are going to reach out to the developer that is responsible for the code?
Yeah, it's a good question, and I don't think there's necessarily a right or wrong answer to that. It depends on the company, and it depends on the culture of your company. It depends on how SRE is inserted into the company structure. But what I can say is, try to strive for the most collaboration that you can, right? SRE, we have our skill sets, we have our tools, but the engineers that built the system and that maintain the system, they also have a responsibility with that. So collaboration and that shared responsibility approach, in my experience at Dapper Labs, has worked very well, because engineering teams and SRE, they complement each other, and we can help, like SRE can help engineers arrive at answers more quickly because we know our way around Prometheus and Grafana and our logging structure, but they also know how to find those answers themselves, so they don't come to us, with a complete blank stare in their faces, like, tell me what I should fix, and then we go off looking and tell them what to fix, or we fix things ourselves. If you can get, and that's part of the buy-in approach that we talked about, collaboration there is the key, in my opinion, but it will depend on what your organization and what your team looks like. But yeah, try as much cross-team collaboration as possible. Want to say something?
Thank you very much, Marcelo. Guys, please, when a question is being answered, it's only fair that we keep it down so others can learn if you don't want to learn. Thank you.
Okay, my question is about, I'm talking about DevOps and SRE. So would it be correct to say SRE is a subsection of DevOps? And if not, what's the line of demarcation between DevOps and SRE?
That's a very good philosophical question, one that I don't have the answer to. Josiah, it.
Well, I don't know if I pass the mic back to you now. We'll go back and forth in a loop. So I'll try. Maybe Andrew over there has an answer for that. SRE is, I would say it's a discipline, right? While DevOps is a philosophy. So SRE does DevOps. Developers do DevOps. In fact, even the marketing team does DevOps. So it's a philosophy that unites us in this common goal of trying to make reliable systems. Now, SRE might be concerned much more about hitting the targets of reliability, answering the question, is this reliable? How reliable is it? If I shake it, does it still stay together? DevOps is the guiding philosophy in this domain. So I hope that gives you a little bit, does that make things a little bit clear? No? Okay. Maybe, yeah, I don't have a definitive answer, but that's the closest I can come. A philosophy versus an actual discipline, right?
So we have 2 more questions. Those 2 more questions, you can ask those questions in the next segment. Yeah. Thank you very much, Uzziah, Marcelo. Please clap if you are clapping. The URL. Thank you. So the next segment is basically what we are calling an open space. I'm sure some of us have questions or topics that we want covered that have not been covered yet, or we have questions that are not related to the topics that have been discussed. So what we'll be doing now, we'll be sharing a URL. Yeah, just go here and ask your question, and we'll be picking the questions at random, and we'll have the speakers answer them. So you have less than 2-3 minutes to go to this URL, ask your question, drop a topic, and the speakers would take at least 2-3 minutes to ensure you also get value for the time you are spending here. So it's not just a one-sided conversation. So if you have anything that is bothering you in DevOps, this is your time to shine. So yeah, we have 2-3 minutes to get that out of the way. While at it, I think I am due for a giveaway. Let me check. Who is Phil's NN? I've given you, Abby? No. Thank you. Let's look for somebody else. Random. Nobody's posting on Twitter, on Instagram. I've not seen any on Instagram. Who is Rashid? You have a t-shirt from me. I told you guys how to get my t-shirt here. If you don't know how to get this t-shirt, please raise your hands. Let me say it again. LinkedIn, let's have it. If you want to post on LinkedIn also, let's have it. On LinkedIn, let me see. Let me see it now. If I see it on LinkedIn now. Oh, I mean, if it's today. No, it's not talking about today. Is it today? Is it the event? If you posted this event with that hashtag on LinkedIn today, show me. Okay. Please. You just 3 seconds ago, you didn't want me. Okay, 3 hours ago, you get one. You see that I'm nice. Don't forget to ask your questions. Let me see. 2 hours ago. 3 hours ago. 3 hours ago. 3 hours. This Twitter. I'm now on LinkedIn. I have left Twitter. I'm on LinkedIn. 3 hours ago. Let's go. Why go reach you? Instagram. No, we'll get Instagram. Let me see yours again. I don't forget you, no. 3 hours ago. Do best. Share it. If you posted on LinkedIn, and I've left Twitter. Show me now. I will see it. 2 hours ago. If it's 2 hours ago, show me. You don't want me now. See now. Where's the time? Show me. Let I know they see. It's now. That's now. You people are confusing me. Let's go to that place. LinkedIn. This is time for Instagram. We are coming. Now, woman be that now. We'll get to Instagram. Oh yeah, I owe you t-shirt. You know how to get it. We'll get there. I'll be back. Have we all asked our questions now? Guys, have we been able to ask our questions or the link is not going? I said it's going. Have you asked your question? The space provided on the character limit is X. Can you try to summarize it? Hello guys, have you been able to send in your questions? Okay, also guys, there's also an option to ask manually. Hello guys, one house. There's also an option to ask manually, but the condition is you will write down the question and read it out. You are not asking us questions from your head because we don't want stories. So whatever you write down is what will be read. I think we are ready now. The speakers can come to the podium, please. Dio, the speakers. The speakers can come to the podium.
Hi guys. Hello everyone. Are we having fun? Are we learning? Are we finding this productive? Awesome. So we are going to be doing something very interesting now before we end for today. And what we are going to be doing is called open spaces, right? The idea of open spaces is a self-organizing event. So the idea of open spaces is a self-organizing event, and the idea is that we believe that everybody came here today looking to learn something. Now, in the highlight of all of our speakers, right, I believe that all of us learn so much. But peradventure, there is something in DevOps or in SRE that we want to learn more about, or it's a controversial topic. I think someone asked something about DevOps and SRE, right? Those kind of topics, those are the topics that we talk about in open spaces. So the idea is bring up a topic and everybody share their ideas and their knowledge and their experiences about it. It's no moderation, it's not serious. It's just for us to learn more from each other. Basically, learning more outside of what our speakers have presented, right? So get ready your questions. We are going to be having our speakers here. They are going to be joining us. Yeah, thank you, Andrew. So they're going to be joining us, as more experienced people. But that doesn't mean everybody else can also answer. So if someone brings up a topic and you peradventure have more experience, you have knowledge, or you have ideas, or probably you also want to have like a follow-up questions to what that person asks, feel free to take the mic. So this session is for every one of us. Every one of us should be participating. And we have a couple of rules when it comes to open spaces. The first is whoever comes is the right people. So that means that everybody here, you are the right people. Don't think you are less experienced or you are more experienced. Everybody here is the right people. Whatever happens, happens. If we end up talking about politics, whatever happens, happens, right? I mean, of course not. But whatever happens, happens. Whenever it starts, it's the right time. You see that we are just starting close to the end of the event, right? So whenever it starts, it's the right time. And finally, when it's over, it's over. So we don't have a time limit, but of course, so the idea is that until we are all satisfied with a particular topics, right? We've talked about it to our satisfaction. That is when we are done, right? But of course, we have to put some sort of like limit on it. So are we all good on this? Are we all clear? Are we all clear? The response is not giving. Are we all clear? All right. So this session is going to be starting. We want it to be as educative as possible. Whatever thing or whatever questions you've had about the SRE, DevOps, about any topic, about observability, about security, about containerization, CI/CD, even if it's Web3, it's totally open, right? So I'll be handing over the mic to Victor now, and then we can get started. Thank you, everyone.
So I think I would want to start from the last two guys that we jumped for Marcelo and Uzziah's session, so you can ask a question.
All right, thank you. My question goes to Marcelo and Uzziah. In an organization, who is primarily responsible for driving this SLO culture? Who's the primary responsible?
That's a good question. Like I didn't find a specific role as being like the recommended designated person for driving this in any of the literature I came across. It's, again, a product of starting the conversation, getting the feeling of, who has a knack for the thing, where the person is in the organization. Maybe if there's only one or two people with this kind of skills and with that kind of drive in a 200-person organization, it might be the case that instead of driving SLO adoption and SLO definitions, that you drive SLO awareness and try to, propagate that mindset to other people until you have enough people across teams that you can share the burden with, or that work can be shared with. From Dapper Labs' experience, it used to be that the initial drive was owned and carried out by SRE. Now we're starting to see more people from the engineering teams take that on and take that responsibility and talk within the team about SLOs and about error budgets and involve SRE where their knowledge and their experience starts hitting the ceiling. Yuzi?
I think it's worth stressing the last part of what Marcelo said. You want to get to a point where other people besides SRE or your dedicated DevOps team start taking charge of SLOs and managing and advocating for it. Once you get to that point, you know that you've built a culture. Yep.
Okay, thank you very much. I think there's one more person from here.
Thank you. My question is to Marcelo. So regarding SLO metrics, so is it only based on uptime and request time, or there's more metrics that is used for measuring SLO? And also, you mentioned there are sites that are being used for SLO. So can you also mention few that you use?
Yeah, so what you want to build your SLOs on isn't just uptime or availability metrics, right? You want to build them on top of metrics that describe a user journey. So if for example, the example that I used, which was the ability to buy something on your site, if that requires a request going from a browser into your load balancer, into an internal service, then into a service mesh, into 5 databases and a caching layer, and another external, vendor dependency to complete the purchase, there isn't any one single metric within that user journey that defines what your SLO should be. It should be a combination of everything. And you can, in theory, take a measure, use a metric that measures something the closest to your user as possible. For example, a request to the make payment endpoint came in through Nginx, and then you create an SLO based on that metric. But more often than not, you'll need to create SLIs that cover more than just one specific service and one specific metric. It needs to be a combination of metrics that reflect the user journey, not just one isolated thing. Those make for better SLIs that will give you more meaningful SLOs.
Thank you very much. Is that all? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Marcelo. So if you have your questions written down, okay, let's start from that guy. You've written it already, right? So just read it as you wrote it. You wrote the story here now. Okay. Okay.
All right, thank you. My question is, I don't know who to direct it to, but let me just read it as it is. It concerns cloud adoption. Okay. There's a lot of skepticism about adopting cloud in, let me say, in Nigeria. So I want to know how safe it is and how secure it is to warehouse corporate data outside the shores of this country.
Did you get the question?
Yeah, I think I got it. Okay, if I understand you clearly, you want to know
what are the policies around moving data out of the country? So, for instance, I actually work with a financial technology, so I understand the axis you're coming from. Talking about the CBN policies around data that have to be within the country and what needs to be outside. I would say the first approach you should do is to identify what are these data, right? And the services that are involved. What are your core services? Let's say, for instance, your CI/CD pipeline, for instance, has nothing to do with your transaction. You can migrate that to the cloud. But when you talk about databases houses individual data, information, and you might have some regulatory concerns with moving it out. So you can keep your databases within the shell because of the policy. But for services like your CI/CD, you can take anywhere and nobody is going to ask you, why is your CI/CD outside the country? So I don't know if that helps you to now to answer your question and how you can actually identify data that are policy inclined and data that are not policy inclined.
Thank you very much, Ogechi. We should clap.
Okay, so in addition to what she has said, with respect to Nigeria and storage of data, currently there is no strict policy that says you must keep your data in the country. There is a recommendation that you should have it in Nigeria. I know you have the NDPR that tries to mirror what the GDPR does, but at this point there's no enforcement on housing your data in Nigeria. So with respect to whether it's safe to have your database in the cloud, it's safe. Almost all the database service providers have policies that mandate that if something happens to even a single byte of your data, you can sue them. So most of them are safe with that regards. Then as far as we don't have policies limiting you, I think you can go ahead to do that for now.
Let's clap now. Clap if you are clapping.
All right. Yeah. Okay. So let me just add that. Okay. So from security perspective, so there are some data that you can actually put on the cloud, and there are some, but you know, Nigeria, we usually have something related to infrastructures or private public cloud over here. But as I can see, things has been coming up. I see maybe like one private cloud provider here in Lake or something. So we start having some things now. So I know in future things will change. So and the best way is for you to have your data here in Nigeria to be stored. So that's the best way. Yeah.
I will echo what others have said and just give you one example. Let's say, I don't think we do much of nuclear stuff here, right? But if you have a system like the electric grid, all the data that deals with that, if you have nuclear reactors, all the data that deals with that, I don't care how many nines you have in your security SLO, keep it within the country. So, but if you have something else, like maybe even cell phone, even banking to an extent, there are encryption services like encryption at rest and in transit. You can keep it in the cloud. So it's left for the customer. Determine how screwed you are if you get this thing like messed with. And if it's really bad, then keep it within the country. Otherwise, it's fine to keep it in the cloud.
And
there's a question here.
Oh, sorry. Okay. And some other thing you need to check as well is the regulatory bodies, right? Let's say you're regulated by CBN. You want to check your compliance, the compliance of the cloud provider with that of your regulatory body, say CBN. You want to check what compliances does CBN require of your data, and you want to be sure that it's covered by that cloud provider before you move your data to that cloud provider. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, so one more thing. So I think one of the reasons I couldn't even explain much better. So one of the reasons, or one of the things I actually said, you should store your data here. So I think there's sometimes, problems, international relations issues, just like maybe like Russia, So that's one of the reasons I actually advise, okay, you can keep your data. So what in case AWS or US decide to sanction Nigeria? So it means all your data is actually, you can't actually access them. So I hope you guys will understand exactly where I'm coming from. So that's one of the reasons I said, okay, in future, we can have our data here. So I think these things have started changing now. So that's the reason I actually give that.
Thank you very much. Guys, let's keep it down. Let's keep it down. Let's keep it down. Thank you. So there's a question here for Andrew. How would someone implement or improve observability in an enterprise environment?
In an enterprise environment, ooh, fun. Yeah, the enterprise is sort of the forever white whale of DevOps. If you have a legacy tech stack or you have sort of like systems and processes that have been in there forever, it can be extraordinarily difficult to change things, especially sort of where it's a cultural change. So I think I'll lean sort of on what Marcelo and Uzziah talked about, a little bit what I talked about, where it's, if you don't have a champion for change in your organization, if you don't have someone that both has the mandate, the buy-in, the understanding of why it's important and what's due about it, you're going to be stuck. Especially in enterprises that believe very strongly in hierarchy, you're stuck. You can do grassroots change in the organization. If the engineers believe in something strong enough, you can kind of sort of like mount things up. So I'm not terribly experienced with bringing about big change enterprise, but the few things I've seen work is either you get the ear of a VP, an executive, someone that runs a project that they care deeply about, where basically the axe falls on their neck if something goes wrong, and you say, hey, we can help you make things safer. We can help you not get in trouble with the board when things go wrong, and then suddenly they're all ears. And then you can kind of roll the culture you want to do things you want, or you have to do the grassroots movement, get a bunch of engineers on board, basically show up and say, this is too good not to do and we all believe in this. And then if your enterprise is good, they'll say, okay, sure, that makes sense. If your enterprise is crappy, they'll shoot you down. Unfortunately, enterprise politics are not really my area of specialty, but I have seen it work, I have seen it happen, so it is possible. Anyone work more enterprise? Let's talk.
Thank you very much, Andrew. Please, let's clap for our speakers, please. We have a question here.
Hi everyone. The focus has been on infrastructure, making deployments and application work smoothly, so that it gives the user the best on what they can feel. So between development team and the user, right? That's where the DevOps lies, which means that it provides support for the engineering team and also serve the users perfectly. So are there things that that needs to be provided, right? Because I'm a QA engineer, so I try to look at the fact that what is the role of QA in DevOps or DevOps as a QA. So in terms of when you are deploying, are there requirements you get from the developers, the engineers, that okay, it's certified that this has already been confirmed, that we can deploy to production successfully, so you can have a better platform while you deploy what is not correct, what's not going to serve the user perfectly. So that's my question.
Let's see, hang on, before you lose the microphone, let's see if I understand. That your question is sort of, how do you ensure sort of in an organization with dev and ops and security that everyone's sort of aligned, that like everything is working together, that you're sure, like whose role is it to make sure that things are signed off at the right point, and whose role is it to like make sure things are done well, sort of thing? That's more, okay, so I mean, in the security world, there's a push to get them into the party as well and call the whole thing DevSecOps, because sort of the problem that you're describing there is exactly the problem that DevOps is trying to solve, right? Security team feels like they're at arm's length from the process, they feel like they're a gate at the very end before deployment, and they're going, well, we have no say in this until the very end. That's sort of annoying. The whole thing, and again, sort of my whole shtick, is that, you know, I want to see all the teams involved, all the teams that are stakeholders in the product, involved in the product as much as possible through the whole thing. It really shouldn't, if you have the question of kind of like, hey, we want to release this, whose job is it to tell us whether or not this is safe to release? It's likely that at that point, your process has kind of already failed you. If it's sort of a question in your mind, then it's sort of difficult to figure out. The big enterprises like Amazon, it's always the product team's decision to push something to prod, and they have rules within the product team that says, okay, you must consult security, you must consult reliability, like here's your checklist to launch. And that's a really effective way of getting things done. Everyone knows exactly what the process is, everyone knows exactly who to talk to when. If you're a smaller organization or sort of a more like agile organization, or just one that's arranged a little more loosely like Dapper is, it's more a, hey, let's make sure that all the teams that were involved sit down and discuss this while we're building it, and if something is about to go to production, someone puts their hand up and say, well, I had no say in this, that's a failing of the overall system. We go find that thing and go, okay, security didn't get a word in, how do we get them into the process earlier? How do we have them involved in the design phase? How do we get it so that when it's about to launch, everyone's already happy and there's no question? So you can kind of do it highly structured, loosely structured, as long as you communicate well, as long as your organization decides like this is what we want to do and why, and this is the goals we're hitting, then you iterate and decide what works best for you.
Okay, to add more context to what he said, after you've decided on who is to play a particular role and at what point they are to play that role, another thing is to get those roles into the process. So getting those roles or those persons into the process is bringing in their work into that process. So you have your entire CI/CD pipelines. You want to bring in each person to play a role in that process. So you have like a QA engineer, and after the developer pushes their work to a repository, sometimes the QA engineer just gets to have their test cases and all. You want to ensure that those test cases get to pass. So you probably promote the build, or you have the build in probably your CI pipeline, and then you promote it to probably your dev or test environment. You want to ensure that those test cases pass. So you could have like a gate or a pre-gate or so where those cases run against your test environment. So you have the QA ensuring that those tests get to pass, and if they don't pass, they are not promoted to the next environment. And you have like your project owner or project manager ensuring that the QA confirms that all these things have passed before it's promoted to another environment. And then you have like a security engineer getting to have vulnerability tests as well pass for your UAT environment or whatever environment before you even get to the point where it's tested or it's promoted to your production environment. So that's another way as well. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So this session, we have just 7 minutes more for this particular session.
Okay, all right. So I think one of the last things when you look at your CI/CD implementations, right? So that's the thing about DevOps, right? It's for you just to automate the process once the dev teams actually commit to the repository. So you actually write pipelines that take care of everything. So one of the things you can just look at, okay, from your CI, from your deployment script, right? Or from your deployment pipeline. Okay, so you can actually look at how you are going to set it up, right? You can have your unit testing, QA testing, whatever, as they commit, the pipeline triggers, right? It needs to push. So you can just say, okay, you already have, it's going to be stage by stages, right? That's for your build pipeline, right? So for this build, you are going to have your QA testing, whatever testing, unit testing, and so on over there. Then the next thing, before it's actually pushed over there, then you can also have maybe like your security testing as well. That's going to do automated security testing of the new security code. So there are a lot of open source platforms and paid platforms like SonarQube. I think it's one of the most popular one, right? So that's where you can also have a user access, and also you can also give credentials or access credentials to the QA teams that can actually log in and also see what exactly are actually the new bugs that's been found, right? And then that's where you actually have what? From the CI/CD, you have continuous integration, continuous delivery, or what? Continuous what? What? Deployment. So what's the difference? One has to be automated and the other one has to be what? Manual, right? So to deployment to the production, after everything has been done, so maybe they can just approve from there. So instead of being pushed directly to the production, so you can just trigger it manually. That's all. Yeah.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Okay, I'm actually concerned. This is not really a technical question, but it has to do with our role as DevOps engineers. So we know our work is often characterized by very long hours. Like for instance, I was on the call yesterday till 10 p.m. And when I thought about coming here today, I almost came with my work laptop. So I'm actually concerned. Like, how do you manage your work-life balance? Can I go on a date with my girlfriend without going with my work laptop? Okay. So,
and then fortunately, at that time you are not around. They say, okay, you can go on. So then the CI/CD process, maybe something just failed, right? They can't deploy, they can't push, nothing. There's a bug. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not going to complain about my work-life balance in front of my director. So, but it's great, Andrew. It's perfect. You're such a good boss. Thank you. But yeah, I've worked in companies where it was crazy, like, you know, working 12, 14, 16-hour days like that. As the one person that knew, like, that one company I worked for once didn't even, the concept of DevOps was like alien to everyone in the organization. It kind of materialized on me because I was curious enough to want to play with AWS, but there wasn't a culture, and a lot of that fell on me to, you know, do what you just described, being like kind of on call 24/7, like working until 10, 11 at night. But, you know, it's kind of okay to do that for a while if there's a bigger goal in sight and that's not going to be your life forever. If that's been, you know, months and months on end, then yeah, either push for some change in the organization or push for a change of organizations. I don't know.
Yeah, so there's sort of two things in my mind. The one is like, are you pushing, and is your work-life balance falling apart because you're trying to deliver features and you're trying to like build new things, or is your work life falling apart because you're the firefighter? If your life is falling apart because you're pushing hard for features or you're pushing hard to build things and hit deadlines, that's sort of like a company product culture problem, right? It's like if you're the only person being burned to a crisp trying to push for deadlines, you probably aren't working with enough of the team, or more accurately, the rest of the team isn't working with you, right? Like, it shouldn't be one person's job to get things finished, it's the team's job to get things finished. And so if the whole team is feeling burned out and the company still pushes you, yeah, push for the change of company. If you're the firefighter and you're being kept up 24/7, 365, like your life is a mess because the pager keeps going off, this is exactly what the error budgets are supposed to cover, right? If the error budget is spent, and if your pager is going off continuously, you will spend that error budget. When the error budget is spent, you're supposed to basically put the brakes on feature work and say, okay, we have to focus on this reliability problem because like our users are not happy, this is not something we can withstand. And so if your product teams and your sort of leadership is bought into the idea that once the error budget is depleted, that's a problem and it's going to start costing us money, then you can convince them to pour money into the fixes and getting your life back on track at the same time, basically.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
Okay, so just to add to what they've said, the first thing will be, are you the only support guy in the team? So if you are the only support guy in the team, then it's a different discussion altogether. Because, I don't know, you can't leave the job for something, because nobody knows your job, right? So that's a cultural problem with the organization. They need to get somebody to sit with you and that can do what you can do, that can relieve you. Because there's what they call the boss factor. What happens if something happens to you when you're coming to work? So they need to have that in place also. Then talking about, if you're not the only one and it's a team and you're always firefighting on production or on test environment or whatever. So I like working with data. So what I would advise you do is try to take a step back, identify what are these things that they are always calling you out for. If the issues are repeating, that means you need to look for a root cause, do a root cause analysis, and get a permanent fix to those issues. So that you don't always have to go. They're always calling you that build is failing, because a pipeline is failing in your build pipeline. You need to know why are they failing. So you fix it, and believe me, you get your life back.
Thank you very much, Ogechi. I think we have one last question here for Andrew. So the question is, I work in a company where the organization culture makes it difficult to apply DevOps principles. What are some of the tips on how to make my organization adopt best practices without being unnecessarily stubborn?
Without being unnecessarily stubborn. This is hard for me because I am unnecessarily stubborn. So the DevOps culture at any company comes from a couple points, right? If you have the kind of company where your culture very much comes from the top, you have a cult of personality and like how they run the organization is how the organization behaves, you kind of have to focus your attention there. But for most companies that are larger than 20 to 100 people, the culture is out of the control of the people at the top, and the culture is what you make of it, right? DevOps is fundamentally a partnership between the developers and the operations teams. If your developers are the cultural problem and they don't want to do DevOps, it's probably because they're getting the easy end of the stick and the ops team is the team on call that's dying 24/7 and they don't want anything to do with that. Assuming that they're not the cultural problem, you can do most of the DevOps work and most of the DevOps culture just between the two of you. You are the two most important teams in that partnership. Anything that you agree between yourselves, the principles you establish between yourselves and how you sort of build your work is up to you to do. And if you start getting pushback from the top, that's where sort of like the literature of DevOps and hey, this is how much the delivery improves, this is how much reliability improves, this is how much more money we can make per quarter because we don't spend our time fighting fires and we spend our time building features instead. Like the literature behind DevOps will convince business people, and you, the cultural linchpin of it, you and the dev team can sort of make your journey for yourselves most of the way. Anyone else have experience?
So I just want to ask, do we have maybe like any company over here that actually, implement their own DevOps? So for me, I just think maybe like it's a single role for a person. We are all here, I mean, as a DevOps engineer, right? You are the one to handle that, right? So instead of maybe like having to deal with the developers, if your own is just for developers to comment the code, right? And then you handle others. So instead of maybe like just having developers teams, you guys come in, that's the culture, but now DevOps is not a role. So I think lots of hirings now is just maybe like, okay, we are looking for a DevOps engineer that actually understands maybe like whatever technology stacks they are using, Java, Spring Boot, so you already know what you are going to use. You are going to use Maven, you are going to use, which one again? For compiling, Java. I hope you guys don't understand exactly what I'm trying to say. So that's one of the reasons, so they understand, or they need someone who actually understand that as well. So that's it for me.
I think the most important thing is to make the company understand why this culture is important. So I've worked in a few companies where it was the developers that were deploying their code, pushing and all. When you join such companies, what happens is, as a DevOps engineer, the first few months there is usually very stressful. First is you have a lot of stuff that aren't done right. You spend a couple of your time trying to get them right. You start trying to enforce some standards, and you realize you have a ton of projects that weren't following these standards. And you'll find out that you'll have times where a lot of downtimes would occur because sometimes you don't even have documentations around this stuff. So something is breaking here and you're wondering why it is breaking here. You're assuming some standards were followed, but they were not followed and all. So first, make the company understand why they need to imbibe this culture. The costs, right, how much they are losing, because one is without this culture, they will spend more time trying to get a particular product to market. They also spend a lot of time trying to debug an issue or troubleshoot an issue when it occurs. That also translates to cost in terms of money for the company. So first try to make them see why, and then try to make them see how this can be imbibed in the company. And then I think gradually they'll start getting to understand why they need to involve it.
And just the last thing, so I realized I sort of skipped one of the points I was saying. If the problem with your culture is that the engineers don't want to change because they're enjoying their current life not being on call very much, you can make a very appealing case to management that, well, we didn't write this code, and it takes us 7 to 8 times as long to solve problems with this code when things go wrong than if the engineers were on call. Hey, let's put these engineers on call and they can help us. And then suddenly the engineers are very motivated to adopt DevOps principles and sort of be involved in helping the reliability.
Okay, I think that's the last answer.
Yeah, so I think also making it easy. So when you're talking about changing the culture of an organization, and then Promise mentioned that you might have many applications or many pipelines that were configured before you joined, and you're wondering, okay, how do I start standardizing all of this? I think the best thing is to make it easy for the people that are going to be making those changes. So if you're going to make the changes automatically, if you're going to create scripts that make it easy for them, like that's the best way. Because the only pushback is when people see that they have to put so much effort into standardization and making and maybe fixing deployments and stuff like that. So when they see that they have to put too much effort, they usually back out. So it's to make it easy for them, and basically the job will get done, hopefully.
Thank you. Clap now. So thank you very much, guys. I think that would be all. We can go back to our seats. Thank you very much, guys, for spending. So right about now, I'll be calling on Dio to give a closing remark. After that, we will gather here for pictures. Then you can network and harass me for t-shirts, even though I will not answer you.
All right, so we're very quick with this. We want everybody to get out of here before 5. Getting this event up and running during this time wasn't something very easy.
1 hour, guys. 1 hour, guys. This is like after here we are done. 1 hour, please.
Yeah, so it wasn't an easy task, especially getting companies to give us money to get us to, pay for all of these things. And I think that we owe it to our sponsors for providing all of the things we need. You see, all of the people that flew down here, it costs money. And so I want to recognize all of our sponsors. Andela has always been there for us for all of our events. So yeah, please let's give a round of applause for Andela. They are always there for us. And then also, I'd like to thank Dapper Labs team. I think the entire of almost like the half SRE team is here, right? So please let's give it up for the Dapper Labs team. Also, I would like to thank Tarragon team. Tarragon team are here. They also have swags for us that will be given out at the end when we are all done. They have swag for us. Tarragon team is also part of the people that made this happen. Please let's give it up for Tarragon team as well. And also, finally, we have the Nautilus Tech team. Nautilus Tech team also provided us with a lot of the resources that we use to get this event happen. So please let's give it up for Nautilus Tech as well. And finally, I would like to thank our team, the DevOps committee team. A lot of this planning, I'm not the one that do them, right? A lot of these things is the output or the product of the collaborative work of our team. Please, I want you to specially thank everybody. Most people are working on the back end. Most people are working from another country. Please, I would like a very resounding applause for every DevOps or Localhost committee member. Everybody. Please, it's not enough. I'm not happy enough. There is one more person I want to specially recognize. You see, a lot of things, there are a lot of components here and there. But there is one guy that is responsible for gluing all of these pieces together, and his name is Favor. He's our community manager. Please, Favor, can you show your face? No, come. Because this guy makes all of our lives easier. Like, everybody has day-to-day jobs that we do. Imagine having that with the work of planning an event. But we wouldn't have been able to survive that without Favor. Please let's give it up for Favor again. And then I also like to thank our partners, our co-founders at Localhost, Idowu Emenyola. He's also been a very huge support. He's watching remotely at the moment, so please let's give it up for him as well. And also Abdul Basit, David, and of course our chief host, Victor. Please let's give it up for him. All right, so I want to say thank you to everyone. But one major announcement before we go. A lot of people have been asking me about the DevOps Accelerator program. And for people that have been involved, for every year that we do DevOps Accelerator program, we have about at least 500 people apply, right? But because we work with the resources that we have, we are not able to take in as much people. This year we had about 700 people, more than 700 people apply for the DevOps Accelerator program. But like I said, we don't have much resources. So usually what we do is we screen people, we do a lot of filtering, and we select people, like 20, right? And then we train these guys. And when we train them, after like 3 months training, we push them out there for to start their career as DevOps engineers. That is what we've been doing so far. And like Abdul Basit was saying, this year was different. This year we're able to take in 100 people. It means we got better, right? And then after a lot of filtering, removing the unserious ones, and all of those things, we got 50 people that graduated. So I'm saying that Localhost this year released 50 DevOps engineers into the workforce. And next year, we are going to be doing things a little differently. We found a way to scale this in a way that we can take in as much people that wants to start a career in DevOps. Because like I said when we started, our mission is really bridging the gap between, this mid-level, the junior level, and the senior guys. We have the statistics or the graphs of, the professionals or the talent in DevOps. We have so many gaps of people that are just learning, and we have a very minority set of senior engineers. And one of our goals, something I'm really, really passionate about, is to bring the influx of people in the junior space to become seniors, right? And currently, so far since we started, the couple of people that have started with us are now we can call them mid-level engineers because they have 3 years experience so far, and we are continuing doing this work, right? So because of this, we thought of a way to scale this, right, to make this self-sufficient, especially because it's not easy trying to get mentors to always be available for us. So now I'm happy to announce that we have officially launched a platform for DevOps Accelerate, where everybody can go sign up and you can go learn everything you need to learn to become a DevOps engineer. So the way to access that is just go to our website, joinlocalhost.com/accelerate. That's the link to it. Joinlocalhost.com/accelerate. Once the program launches, we are going to send everybody the links, and we promise that this time around, we are not going to be filtering down anybody because everybody will get to participate in this. So yeah, thank you everyone. Finally, I want to thank everyone for making it down. It's not easy, especially staying till this late. I want to thank every single person. We really hope that everybody learns so much. We hope that at the end of this network, make friends, and we hope to keep the DevOps light burning. Thank you, everyone. After this, let's all just converge for pictures, and then we can call it a day. We really appreciate
Let's just come out now for pictures, please. Thank you very much, guys. Also, for those that want the slides will be uploaded on our website, joinlocalhost.com/resources. But this URL is not available now. By Monday, you can go to our website, joinlocalhost.com/resources, to have access to the slides here. Also, everything that happened today is also on YouTube, so you can always go back and rewatch and share with your friends that were unable to join. Guys, let's come forward, please, 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 please. If you'll be in the front or be at